There we go. Is that better? Good. All right. So do we have any modifications to the agenda? Correct. So we have a much shorter list of trade name applications today. Everyone should have gotten that. If no modifications, we'll move on. Review of the minutes of the last meeting. I did have a question, but if anyone wants to go first, please. I'm going to ask that we table this. I set this aside for some reason, and I cannot find the reason. So rather than holding everyone up when we're on break, I'll read through it again and see what it was that got my attention. Next item is report of the executive officer.
Dr. Allison, you are unmuted and board's probably got some questions for you on your application.
Good morning, Dr. Allison.
Good morning. I can hear you. I'm struggling to hear others.
Do you have a video link for us?
I do. I can see into the room.
Are you transmitting an image of yourself?
Oh, I should be. Let me.
Okay, hold on just a moment.
So I'm told, Dr. Allison, that when you speak, you should come up on the big screen in the room. Should. But so do you want to try that real quick to see if that works?
Oh, I'm having a really hard time hearing you.
Okay, I'll move the mic closer to my mouth then. Is this better?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, hang on.
I don't know if I'm
is.
picking up on the big screen or not, but
Yeah, now you are.
oh, okay.
All right, good morning. Now we can see you.
Good morning. I appreciate the time and the consideration this morning.
Good. Now you can see the entire room, correct?
Right now, I have you and your colleague to your left.
Okay.
Not quite the entire room.
All right. I'll just have everybody give their name and their position so that you know who's in the room. We'll start on the left side.
Dawn Bircher, optometrist. I'm the vice president of the board.
Good morning.
Carissa Deonda. I am the public member.
Good morning, Rebecca Sparks Doherty. I'm secretary treasurer.
Gerard Lozada, President.
Laura Durst, I'm the member at large.
Tim Reisner, legal counsel to the board.
And then you know Jan Murray, correct?
Yes.
Good, good. All right, Dr. Ellison, you have an application with us for a reciprocity. I have several questions. Other board members likely have questions as well.
Sir.
The first thing I would like to ask is, what is your current position, please?
Yes. My current position, I am with the My Eye Doctor organization. I am the Vice President of Professional Services. That means I serve all of the clinical operations for our offices.
Okay, thank you. You answered two of my questions in that brief response. And you are located where?
I'm actually located in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay, and so in your capacity, I mean, I was looking at your application and I saw a home address. Are you working from home currently?
Today, I am in a remote position. Our corporate office is in Vienna, Virginia, for My Eye Doctor, and I travel to there to work a couple of weeks out of the month, typically.
Okay, so do you primarily office from home, or do you primarily office from some other location?
Yeah, primarily office from for my administrative duties from home. And periodically I provide clinical care as well, which I was able to do over the last month in our offices here in Indiana.
Is that something you do regularly?
Periodically, had a practice for about 15 years with Dr. Greg Ossip here in Indianapolis, and practiced day in, day out, and moved into various different roles of medical director and medical officer. And then his organization partnered with My Eye Doctor approximately 3 years ago. And I was fortunate enough to transition into my current role.
So that was another question I had for you. On your application, you had OSIP, Optometry and Ophthalmology, 9795 Cross Point, Indianapolis, April 98 to August 2018. Same address for My Eye Doctor, July 2018, and then hyphenated. What does the hyphenation mean?
We closed that corporate office, and then the hyphenation just meant that I was still with the My Eye Doctor organization. Apologize for the
You're not at
confusion.
this address, 9795?
That corporate office here locally has been closed.
So in your capacity, as I was looking for different information about you, I also found an address, 7840 East 96th Street, Fishers, Indiana.
Fishers, Indiana. Yes, that's my that was my original office, original clinical practicing office.
Okay. And when was that?
That would have been from 98 all the way to it's still one of the practices that we have here in Indiana today.
Do you practice out of that location?
I practice out of that location very periodically. I didn't in this past month, no.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Very, very periodically.
What does very periodically mean?
So it was my former practice, and the colleague that took over my practice, I will still go in and see previous patients that continue to request my services.
How often does that happen?
It varies, just with the families that I see and my families that I see. I would say, um, on total, probably throughout the year, maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you. And are you part of OSIP Management Solutions?
OSIP Management Solutions?
Yes.
I'm not quite sure what you're referencing, towards OSIP
Uh,
Management Solutions.
OSIP Management, I'm sorry, did I say OSIP Management Solutions? That's what I
Yes,
meant.
sir.
And you're not familiar with that?
I'm part of Capital Vision, Services. OSIP Management Solutions. I'm not familiar with that. No, no, sir.
Okay, thank you. And there's another entity, it's called C&B Optical One.
Oh, yes, sir. So during my tenure with Dr. Greg Ossip and Ossip Optometry and Ophthalmology here in Indiana, um, we had acquired a CMB Optical One practice that I helped to oversee and integrate into our organization.
And it was all in the same building, is that correct?
No, those practices were located in northern Indiana.
Oh, okay.
South
Is the-
Bend is South Bend is a point of reference for you.
Okay, thank you. So is there um, any of these practices, companies, management companies, are any of them still located over at 9795 Cross Point?
No, sir.
They're all closed, okay.
Yeah, that office has been closed. And all of those companies, the CMB Optical Company became part of Ossip Optometry, which now Ossip Optometry became part of my eye doctor.
Okay. Mr. Resner, do you want to take over for a moment? Are there any questions you have while I go through this information?
Sure. Dr. Allison, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood when you reference your current clinical practice, the amount of time that you spend, you annualized it to 2 to 3 weeks out of the year. With respect to your position at my eye doctor, within the last 3 years, what would you estimate your the portion of your clinical time to be?
My administrative duties have probably increased over the last 3 years. And that's really kind of been the case, Mr. Resner, for probably the better part of the last 5 to 6 years for my career.
The 2 to 3 weeks out of the year estimate, that would apply
Yeah.
over the last 5 years?
Yeah.
With respect to Kansas, Dr. Allison, what are your intentions as far as practicing in the state of Kansas?
One of the duties with my one of the responsibilities with my role is to be able to provide our clinical leadership for the local optometrist, and so as we continue to grow and expand, it allows me to become familiar with Kansas law, understand that for our providers.
Do you intend to see patients in Kansas?
I would not most likely intend to see patients in Kansas directly, no. No, sir, or not from a physical standpoint, yes, sir.
Okay. You currently do not reside in Kansas for any period of time?
I reside in Indianapolis, Indiana, Carmel, Indiana, to be exact.
Mm-hmm. Do you intend to reside in Kansas in the future?
I do not intend to reside in Kansas in the near future.
Anyone else have questions for Dr. Allison?
Hi, Dr. Allison. I was just
morning.
wondering if you can explain how Capital Vision Services relates to my eye doctor.
Yeah, it is the management service company that is associated with my eye doctor. So you can think of it as all of the home office support and all of the field team outside of the doctors. It's really the managing services company.
Anything else, Dr. Durst?
That was it.
Mr. Resner, based on Dr. Allison's comments just now, answers, does 6557 B5, is he qualified under that?
You're talking about House Bill 2066, that's the statutory site?
Please explain how those two relate.
Oh, okay. Well, so Dr. Allison, members of the board, so you all understand, the Kansas Legislature passed a bill that relates to reciprocity applications last legislative session. We refer to it as House Bill 2066. One of the threshold questions to determine whether or not the bill applies to a reciprocity applicant is whether they reside in the state or they intend to. Because Dr. Allison does not reside here or intend to reside in the state of Kansas, we're not going to apply that criteria. We're simply going to look at his application under the existing statutes which existed, prior to House Bill 2066. And so that's KSA 65-1505, subsection D, as in dog. That would be the criteria that you would evaluate his application under. And one of the criteria for you all to consider is the term active practice, whether or not for the past 3 years prior to his application, he's been in active practice. I don't know if you all have access to the statute, but that may be something you take a look at now.
So if you're looking at it, it's 65-1505, section D. I'll go ahead and read it. Any applicant for reciprocal licensure may, in the board's discretion, be licensed and issued a license without examination if the applicant has been in the active practice of optometry in another state for at least the 3-year period immediately preceding the application for reciprocal licensure and the applicant. So then the question becomes, is a few weeks per year considered the active practice of optometry? That's one question that we have before us. If the board members would like, we could go into an executive session for a few moments to discuss. Would that be acceptable? All right, so
I'd like to move that the board moves into executive session to further discuss 65-1505D.
how much time would you like? Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second. So moved. The board will go into executive session, coming back in
May I
at
interrupt?
9:36.
May I interrupt briefly?
Excuse me?
This is Dr. Blackman. May I interrupt briefly? I was a little late getting on, and I'm looking at the agenda and thinking you're dealing with the trade name
We're actually in
issue.
executive session, sir.
Pardon me.
We will get back with you in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
He'll be coming back on in just a moment. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jan. Oh my God, an N95 is. Dr. Allison, are you present?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Executive session is ended. The board has had discussion, and we are ready to make a motion on your reciprocity application. So I'm willing to accept a motion at this time.
This is Dawn Bircher, and I make a motion to deny reciprocity application for Dr. Allison.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. We have a motion brought forward and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Dr. Allison, the board had a discussion, and we want to affirm that you have the knowledge, current knowledge, to practice in the state of Kansas. The discussion primarily revolved around seeing patients just a few weeks per year. Now, to give you an opportunity, you are certainly welcome to take the examination that's given in July. There are 3 parts to it. There is a law portion, a written portion, and a clinical portion. You would be asked to take all 3 parts of the examination. Ms. Murray has all the information regarding that. And based on today's decision by the board, you will be receiving a written order regarding your reciprocity application. Do you have questions regarding the board's motion today?
No, not at all. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to test and have that opportunity and the consideration beyond that.
Certainly. So if you have more questions, Ms. Murray is the person to communicate with, and
Yep.
then you will also be getting the written order in the mail.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to test.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay, moving on, I have the 2022 exam date. After we set the date, the Country Stampede is also that same weekend that we have the exam. And just to give you an idea about how difficult it's going to be for the applicants to find hotels or places to stay, I did get us rooms at the Hyatt Place for like $50 more a night than what we would normally pay for that weekend. So,
Are we talking, we're talking July 15th, correct?
yep, I think the Country Stampede, July 14th through the 16th, something like that. So I didn't know if we wanted to maybe move it or just deal with it, but like I said, the rooms went up from like $100 to like $150 a night. And that's for us, state rate.
And I think that it probably would behoove us to look at an alternative date because thinking of these applicants, the vast majority of the applicants typically are students right out of school. And so to be considerate of financial considerations, I would suggest that we look at an alternative date.
I'd agree, because even if they could afford the $50, are they going to get a room, or are they going to be in Lawrence?
drive an hour just to,
Exactly, and then they show up late, and then we got to deal with those issues. So we could could we move a week earlier, Jan, to the 8th? Or a week later to the 22nd? Are there any conflicts?
not that I'm aware of. I think we moved it to that weekend because it didn't fall on the July 4th week.
Yeah. '22nd then?
If you'll pardon me just a moment, I may have an office conflict with the 22nd. I want to take a look at my calendar. I apologize. I should be fine for the 22nd.
Same here. All right. We almost made it. We almost made it. So
Well, as the spouse of someone with a degree in accounting, so what?
thank you for your compassion. Nice. 8th or 29th? Oh, good Lord. Good Lord. So now we're looking at 8th of July, 5th of August.
Yeah, and my son will be starting college in August too.
Does
Yeah.
does that push us to July 8th unwittingly? Oh, did you say the 8th doesn't? Oh, good Lord. Yeah, we're really crunched. And then in June is Arbo.
Is there somebody else in your office that could take your place?
And Brenda.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. We were painting ourselves in a corner very, very quickly.
Jan, how many applicants do you have already for this year?
I've only been contacted by that one,
Okay,
and I'll send her an email.
perfect.
22nd, 23rd. And we start at 9, correct?
Yes. Usually, previous boards have started the board meeting at 8:30, and I start the exams at 8,
Okay, so.
whatever.
No, 8:30. I did have 8:30 in my calendar, and I was wondering why. That makes sense.
But it's whatever you guys want to do. It's not set in stone.
Okay. No, that sounds very good.
Can I go on?
Please.
The next one is House Bill 2026 or 2066, which is what Tim was talking about earlier. I have out there on the board member only website proposed questions to put on the application for the reciprocity, so we know if they're applying under that bill. And then there were some other questions, and if everybody's okay with those questions, I'll incorporate them into the application process.
I'll just say I like very much the idea.
And I can draft the whole application, and we can review it again in April if you want.
Tim, do you want to discuss 2066 at this point, or would you rather do it in executive session during legal update?
You know, it might make sense to go into executive session to,
During legal update?
yeah.
Okay, we will discuss in more detail at that time. Does that sound okay?
And I did put an executive session at the very, very end.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on again. I had a optometrist contact the office, wanted to know if they could use EpiPens. And since it's an injection, if that was allowed in optometry offices or not. So
I think we would need to, I mean, laypersons use them. People who are in ambulances and those kinds of situations. Probably school nurses use them, would be my guess.
I suspect that's true.
But they have a healthcare background.
When Jan presented this question to me, what was, I believe, a couple of months ago now, my initial response was, if you're saving someone's life, I will stand up behind you every day of the week, all day long. So I think that's, if you're grabbing an EpiPen, there's a darn good reason you're grabbing an EpiPen. And as you say, they are very commonly dispensed to lay people who have severe allergies. I don't see that as being a concern.
Okay. My guess, just looking at someone who asked that question, there's someone in their home who they have to have an EpiPen handy, and they're extrapolating that to the general population. Well, if I've got one at home, I should have one at work. Probably the only thing we need to do is just make sure there's no statute that's going to be in conflict. I don't anticipate that, but we just need to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that would be the practice of optometry if a patient is having a reaction. I guess the question may be if it touches on another discipline that a license would be required for. I don't know that it does. I think your point's probably accurate. But
That's a great point that Tim just brought up, because then that's an injectable, and we're not an injectable state. So I think that's the aspect we need to look at it. I mean, granted, you're saving somebody's life, but then you also don't want an event like that to be used in a negative way politically.
this is a licensee who asked the question?
It wasn't, yeah.
Okay.
That's the only sticking point, is there an exception to the fact that the state doesn't have injectables in our statutes? We would probably need to write a position on this. We couldn't just say okay to the person who asked the question. We probably need to put something in on the website, not necessarily a rule or regulation, but a position statement.
Mm-hmm. Or just, depending on the answer, I guess, simply respond to the licensee.
Yeah, because that way, basically what we're going to do is we're going to make an exception, and we're going to give permission for an injectable. I think that's the way to go.
Essentially, you're creating a policy.
Policy, correct, sorry.
No, that, however you want to call it, I think that's the appropriate way to handle it. It's kind of an outlier.
It is. It's in one way, it's a expansion of scope of practice that we're just taking on ourselves. And so we need to make sure that it's defined and that we're not including things like insulin, et cetera.
No, it's a specific,
Right.
for a specific use, and in this case, potentially a life-threatening concern.
right?
Yeah.
Right? So so what I'm hearing is that regarding the person who asked the question, the answer to give them for now is that we're going to come up with a policy statement. And then once the policy statement is out, then it will be part of their office. So then the next part is, who can work on that? I already have one person in mind. That's not true. So obviously, Tim needs to review. Is there anyone who has experience with this? Is there anyone who has a family member who needs to use EpiPens? That's really what we need. I know Dr. Durst is off the table on this one. She's too busy. And I'm going to take myself off for the same reason. So let's see, that leaves 3. Well,
I was going to say, Carissa definitely gets busy with a capital B behind.
when it's appropriate, yeah, just some kind of statement. Oh, see, that's why it's so helpful to have someone with your background. That sounds fantastic. That is a great idea. It really is helpful to have you on the board, extremely. And it's also honest.
Moving on.
Yes.
I've been asked if the board would extend the NBO deadline for the exam from last year from January 30th. I put February 15th, but it would actually only be probably to February 4th or 5th. He just took it in December, and we'll get the results that first week of February. And so he was wanting to know if we could extend it for that amount of time. And this person has been contacting me, in constant contact with me. So it is a concern, because there were 2 from last year. One of them I haven't heard from since the day of the exam, so.
I suspect this would be attached to a decision that was previously made, so we probably need a vote, but just to confirm it then, I would move that we authorize Ms. Murray to extend the deadline for NBEO scores through February 15 of this year to allow for December scores to be processed.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Dr. Sparks, one question for you. Is that for this year only, or is that for each successive year?
This was specific to a previous motion for applicants from last year's examination. And so I think it's specific to that particular group of individuals, and hopefully will not need to be repeated.
Okay, any other questions? We'll take it for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Please contact this person and they will sleep better.
I think you will.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Jan, may I interrupt real quick?
Certainly.
Is this the only applicant from last year that we're waiting on to finalize?
There is one other one, but like I said, I have not heard word one since I sent him whatever, but this one has been in constant contact with me all through the year, letting me know when he's taking it and when scores will be out. And so I told him I would ask the board if they didn't mind extending it for just a little while longer.
Okay.
Moving on. I posted out online on the board member only webpage, the IT security policies that I've been working with OITS with. I just wanted you to be aware that's what we're doing. I meet with this person about once every month, every 4 weeks or so. And he puts together whatever is required that the board have for me. So I just wanted you to be aware that they're out there. So, and that was all I had on that one. The budget is also out there. We did get everything that we asked for from the Division of Budget. The governor's budget will be out, I think Dayton said next Tuesday, and hopefully they leave us alone too, and then it's just getting it through the legislature. And it's also posted out there for you to look at too. And then, Dr. Blackman is on the line. I got a request from Dr. Blackman about working at a free clinic, even though he let his license retire last year. He's wanting to know if he can still work, even though it's retired, at the free clinic. And I don't know.
Actually, I'm off of mute right now. May I interject?
Yes, please do. I was hoping you'd be on the phone still.
Yeah, I sent a request or a notification to the board members recently about the circumstances. When I retired in January, I didn't think I was going to be doing anything else. And then the opportunity arose for me to be help at this Guadalupe Clinic in Wichita on a volunteer basis. Because I didn't plan to renew my license, I neglected to take the number of hours that were necessary to do that renewal. So I guess my request is, would the board be willing to waive those hours for this year anyway, to allow me to, and then I would renew my license by paying the fees to be a help to this free clinic.
Morning, Dr. Blackman. This is Dr. Lozada speaking. A couple of questions for you. For clarification, the last year that you renewed your license was 2020?
Correct.
And the last year that you received continuing education was what year?
Also 2020.
2020. What year is, since we're every other year for renewals, what was your next renewal year? Was 2021?
And I had to submit the number of hours that I had acquired for that renewal to pay the fees and renew. And I was short like 14 hours.
Okay. So essentially, it sounds like you have a late license.
Correct.
You're late
But in
because
order
you're
to
14 hours short that was not obtained by June 30th of last year.
That's correct.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions for Dr. Blackman?
Hi, Dr. Blackman. Laura Durst. My question for you is, are you still maintaining professional liability insurance?
Actually, I have not been, but according to the executive director of the Guadalupe Clinic, the state has provision which will provide that coverage. Now, I haven't gone further than to take his word for that, but that was the encouragement, because when I was requested, I said, number one, I don't have, I don't want to put you at liability nor myself a liability by doing this. And he said, state's got a provision for volunteers that covers that.
And then as well, another question, approximately how many hours per week or monthly? What is your schedule like at the Guadalupe Clinic? How many hours are you seeing patients there?
I actually have not started doing that based on the fact that I didn't have the license, and one of the managers didn't think I should see patients there until I was sure that that license would be received. So I don't know what the schedule will be exactly. I'm anticipating going in for 3 to 4 hours once a week. They have a large staff of primary care doctors and other subspecialties, including an ophthalmologist who provides care at their 2 clinics. And so it's a matter of getting on their schedule. They did say that they had a waiting list of patients to be seen for eye care. So I can start whenever this issue is okayed.
Any other questions from board members? I think it'd be appropriate to go into executive session for a short period of time to discuss the issues raised by Dr. Blackman. Is there a motion?
I'll move for an executive session to discuss Dr. Blackman's request for a 10-minute period. By my clock, I have 10:05 a.m., so till 10:15.
Can't do that yet. I don't know how to do that on here.
Oh,
And he left.
Is he coming back?
I'm on.
sorry, Dr. Blackman. It looks
Not
like we
you,
may have
sir.
technical issues to do this.
Oh, okay.
Not you, sir. We have a technician here, or had a
Oh.
technician here.
Oh, excuse me.
This is Andrew Pagel. I'm online and I'm able to kind of do this remotely from within the Capitol as well.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, so I'll revise my motion. It's now 10:06 to 10:16 a.m.
Jan, do you have a way to know if we are in executive session? Was he able to do that? Dr. Blackman, can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
Thank you. We're about to come out of, we just came out of executive session, and I wanted you to note that we did not reach any consensus during the executive session. At this time, we are going to take a motion on your request. So I am open to a motion on the request of Dr. Blackman regarding his license.
This is Dawn Bircher, and I will make a motion to consider Dr. Blackman's request as a late application with denial of accepting CE waiver due to Kansas stature.
I'll second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. Dr. Blackman, we're looking at your license. You're 14 hours short. By statute, you must have the 24 hours per year. And so the board cannot make an exception. So what we would suggest is to complete your application as a late license application. There is a fine. And then once your CE requirements are met, then you could begin to donate your services at the clinic. That will make your license active. Once your license is active, you'll need some sort of proof of liability insurance coverage to keep your license. And so whatever you have been told at the Guadalupe Clinic, they will need to provide to you proof that you do have the liability and in the appropriate amounts. So once the CE classes have been taken, the fine paid, and the proof of liability has been posted, then you will be completely active once again.
I understand.
Do you have any questions, sir?
No, just a little disappointment. I'm not too anxious to go back and get 14 hours, but if I have to do it that way, if I elect to do that and get the insurance confirmation, then I'll proceed. Thank you for your attention.
You're welcome. The insurance portion is an important part.
Sure, understand.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for your service.
And I'm getting closer to the end of mine. Newsletter topics is, now's the time of year I start thinking about putting together a new newsletter. I do have a couple of things. One of them is the trade names. The other thing is to update their information, you know, within whatever, 20 days, whatever, after the change. Because I know it's going through the trade name audit. There were some that I haven't worked there in years. And it's like, then why haven't you updated your stuff? So that was the other thing. But I'm open for any.
How frequently do you put out a newsletter, Jan?
I usually do it once a year, but I can do it however often you want.
In the past, anyone who wanted to write an article was welcome to do so. I'd written a couple in the past, and I chose my own topics. There's generally a letter from the president, so I can address some of these things. I think, but again, anyone who wants to write an article can and should. One thing that I do want to address is with Jan's software, she now has the ability to see how many people are opening and reading these emails. It is great. What is not great is the answer. What was it? Was it 30? It was in the low 30% correct?
I believe that's actually fairly across the board with any email that's sent, that an open rate of about 30% is what you can expect.
Yeah.
And I do, with this new software, I do have the capability of being able to send text messages to people too. The only problem with that is that they would have to email me with their cell phone number because I have them divided into two groups, the odd and the even renewal years. And so they couldn't just sign up for a text message because then they'd get every or bulletin that I sent out, whether or not it applied to them or not, especially during renewal time.
You know, you just brought up a good point. There's another generation coming up behind us. Text message may be a better way to get more readership than email. How would we do that?
The program has it to where I can type in a little text message, and it might just be something, you know, the board has sent out an email, please check it, with maybe a link to whatever I sent.
Or something to the effect of the KSBO has updated newsletter, click here to read the 2021 or 2022 newsletter from the state board.
I think it would be great if we could combine the two technologies to get increased reading. It's pretty common for me to be in a conversation with someone and they'll say, well, the board has never addressed this. And then I'll say, actually, we did twice in newsletters. And then I'll say, look at the newsletter from, 2018. Look at the newsletter from 2019. Well, I didn't read it, but it was addressed. So I think the more that we can get, the more readership we can get, the better that will be.
So I'll send out an email saying if they want to see text, they have to send me their email, their cell phone number. Because I'm not going to go through every one of them and try and figure out whether they're even or odd. I'll have to do that anyway, but that way it'll make them sign up for it.
Jan, could we include that, a request for their cell phone contact information at the time of licensure renewal for the next couple of years, so you could have that data?
We already have it. It's in the database, but it's just not in the email database.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and I did play with it. I did send me the last couple of emails that we sent out. I have my cell phone number in it. And I basically, what it was is what I put for the subject, licensing databases down and new login for KSSBEO. And that's all the message said. It didn't say anything more. So it can be something as simple as that too.
I did want to say that I am planning on writing an article. What I want to discuss in it is how the board is updating several of the forms like trade names, reciprocity, licensure, let everyone know about that. Website's been updated, and that we're looking at changing some of the structure within the board. So the topics of trade names and updating personal information are up for grabs.
And then I'll go through the minutes to see if anything
Okay.
spectacular came out of the meetings to noteworthy.
When do you need any articles or anything submitted by? Is there a deadline, Jan?
We say the 31st. Gives you a couple of weeks.
I'll work with you on the trade name discussion.
Okay, that sounds good. And
So before we go into trade names, I'm going to make a suggestion. We take a break for 10 minutes.
okay.
Because once we get into trade names, so unfortunately, Becky Sparks and I agree on a lot of things, but our clocks do not. I have 10:19, so I was going to say 10:30 we'll come back.
I apologize. My computer clock is fast.
Yeah, because that just threw me off last time.
Yeah, you did. That's why I kept looking at you. What time is it? I just think it's amazing that Becky is 6 minutes into the future. Okay, we'll come back at 10:30 according to somebody's clock.
Yeah, yeah, and I just sent,
Perfect.
Oh, God, Jim.
I know, anytime I say that, people shudder. That's the receipt for the lunch.
okay,
These are 2 receipts that I haven't given to you yet.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna have them.
okay. I was going to say, I can add them onto Trade names, everybody's favorite. I have the first one being Caitlin Toso for Toso Family Eye Care in Emporia. I will note that her application did come in, I think last July, and I overlooked it and missed putting it on the October agenda. So yeah, that was, maybe, I don't know. I'm not good with names or faces when they're half covered up.
So if you had a chance to read this letter that Dr. Toso wrote, very proactive, commend her for that. Unfortunately, they had a website domain that went active in May of 2021. And Dr. Toso states in her letter, all of this was done prior to my knowledge of trade name applications from the Kansas board, which I realized while I was preparing for my licensing exam in June. So she was a recent graduate, Jan, is that
Right, she
correct?
just took the exam last year.
Okay. I would say that's a vote for giving a licensing exam. Seriously, that made this person realize, whoops. And then you said that the application came in the fall?
It came in, I think, in July, right after she took the exam.
July, okay.
And then I put it in my July folder instead of my October folder, so I totally missed it until I was working on the trade name list, and then it was like, oh crap, she should have been on the agenda.
Okay. She does have a name change amendment, May 26th, 2021. Wow, articles of incorporation in 2020. So they very much had a plan.
Jan, forgive me, was this a purchase of another practice that was underneath a different name?
Yeah,
Yes.
Dr. Dorsey's
Okay.
practice.
I don't remember what it was called.
Tallgrass Family Eye Care.
Tallgrass, okay.
So I believe that's why you have a name change amendment.
Gotcha. Yeah, right.
Dr. Lozada, another issue noticed with Dr. Toso's application, her LLC is a general LLC, not a professional LLC.
Correct me if I'm wrong, then that's going to be an automatic denial?
Well, my thinking, and for some reason, I missed her letter and I didn't realize there was a 2-month gap. My thought was that she had not used it prior to obtaining some kind of an administrative approval because of the lag in the application. And so, my thinking would be that, if she's not using it, then there's no issue with, the LLC because there wouldn't be a practice problem. But maybe that's not the case now.
So would it need to be an approval contingent upon changing of the articles?
Yeah, she would, it's not difficult to do. It would be just a conversion of the entity from a general LLC to a professional LLC. Obtain the certificate from the board office that she is in good standing, attach that to the conversion document, and then she would be up and running.
All right. Does that sound acceptable? The only other thing to address is the timing. Granted, even if we had addressed it in October, there was still a timing issue.
And I'll be honest, I think when I noticed, I talked to Laura, and we kind of said if she did it low key, she could use it until the board approved it. But she had to do it kind of low key type thing. Because I don't think she really started using it at all until December. And that was after I talked to Laura, and that's what we kind of, because I felt really, really bad that I missed getting her on the agenda.
So then the question would be, historically, the board has issued a fine in these instances. So then the question would be, and the fine, I believe, was $500 per year. So then the question is there a fine? Is the fine going to be adjusted? Is the fine going to be waived? And the reason I bring this up is for consistency. Once the board has taken an action, issued a fine for a similar problem, we need to be consistent.
I agree. I think we should, if we're going to consider making an adjustment to the fine, I think it should be adjusted to the time frame from when she first contacted the board, acknowledging her part in this. And certainly no recriminations to Jan about this. It's human nature. We all set things aside at some point and then go, oops. So if we're going to say that she was out of step with the rules regarding trade names, that by the time that she acknowledged it and stopped using that trade name in whatever capacity, that would be the time frame that we'd be looking at.
And I agree. That was my reason for giving the option to adjust the fine. I think that's totally appropriate. So are we looking at how many months of a problem? 2, 3?
At least 2, because the way, when I talked to her, the way she explained it, she didn't have any signage up or anything outside the building in December when I was talking to her on the phone.
Is her website, and I presume this is a website issue as well, is her website still alive?
I think it is.
Yes, it is.
I want to look it up real quick. So Family Eye Care. Nice logo. I remember you. I have to look at the picture. So in that case, it sounds like the board wants to issue the trade name contingent on changes to the Articles of Incorporation.
Yes, yeah, conversion to a professional entity.
And then a fine. So then,
Dr. Lozada, I believe we need a motion on this.
okay.
And I might suggest, if, just to make sure that she has an opportunity to be heard, that we would handle it, assigned to an investigative member and address. I mean, I suppose you could do it in piecemeal fashion and approve contingent on the conversion, but also the, the use issue, for 2 months, whatever it may be, to assign that to an investigative member.
So then that sounds like it needs to be tabled for now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I missed that when I was reviewing that there was the 2-month period.
That's okay.
And that may be the way that it's best to handle this one.
And you have already started working on this, Dr. Durst?
Not on this particular one, but we've been through all this training, auditing.
We've been having lots of discussions.
Yes,
trade names.
believe me,
Right.
I know. My gut tells me that it would be better to give Dr. Durst a break.
Based on that, based on proximity, I'll step up.
Thank you so much. All right, so we are going to table trade name for Dr. Toso and go to an investigation. Dr. Sparks has come forward. Thank you. Continue, Jan.
Okay, the next one, Benjamin Cole for Cole Family Eye Care in Hill City. It's an additional location to his other practice, but don't ask me where it's at.
He already has Cole Family Eye Care, correct?
Correct. Just added a new location.
Apparently his other location is in Norton. The magic of Google. I'll make a motion to accept the trade name application for Dr. Cole to include his location in Hill City.
We have, second? So we have a motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Next one, Ryan Newman, Newman Vision Care in Hutch. It's an additional location. And again, I can't remember where the first one was.
Is he going to use the same name?
Yes, same name. Yeah, Goodland, is that what or Great Bend, something?
Goodland, according to Google.
Okay.
Wow,
I know it started with a G. I was close.
quite a commute.
Out in our neck of the woods, Hutchinson to Goodland isn't.
Let's go to lunch. Do we have discussion? Do we have a motion?
This is Dawn Bircher. I will make a motion to approve Ryan Newman OD's new location under the trade name Newman Vision Care.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
And then the last one is for Jonathan Riddell for Family Eye Care Center of Lansing. And it's a brand new building because he just got me the address yesterday. So, and it's to take the place of one of his Leavenworth County or Leavenworth practices, like Leavenworth West, I think, something like that. I can't remember which practice, but it's a new location, but he also changed the name, so.
Are they going to close the Leavenworth location and just move the whole thing to Lansing? Because those are adjoining cities.
I know, if I remember my email correctly, it sounded like he was going to be closing one and moving into the new one. It's how I took, if I'm remembering correctly, is what he was going to do.
So for us South Central kiddos who don't know your neck of the woods very well, we've been leery of geographically identifying trade names. Is Lansing a sufficient size that Family Eye Care Center of Lansing could be a problem?
Good question.
That's in Michigan, I think.
It's a different state.
There's 11,000 people in Lansing.
I mean, believe it or not, it's a suburb of Leavenworth. I mean, literally, yeah.
Yeah, you don't know.
It's like a suburb in Wichita.
Again, y'all are north of the Mason-Dixon line, okay?
To be honest, I don't even know if there's a practice in Lansing. They might all be in Leavenworth because Leavenworth is the primary community. I only find 3 in Leavenworth. And he wants to use.
Well, right now, they're just Family Eye Care Center, right?
Correct. So unfortunately, they give us no second choice, no third choice. So the only option we have is Family Eye Care Center of Lansing. So we either approve or not, based on geography.
What does he have right now?
He has Family Eye Care. And it's in Leavenworth, and he's moving across the city line, but now he wants to identify with Lansing.
Okay.
And they will keep the Bonner Springs location?
Yes, yeah, that one's sufficiently far away. They have another location in Kansas City, Kansas. I think it's 3.
Well, and I guess I'm going to retract my concern because I think that adding of Lansing makes more sense. There's too many practices with family or family eye care or eye care center or something of that ilk, and putting of Lansing helps to differentiate that.
Yeah, they currently have Family Eye Care Center of Leavenworth East, is what they currently have on my list. That is on 6th Avenue.
Yes. Is there more discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll move to accept Dr. Adele's trade name request for Family Eye Care Center of Lansing.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion to approve. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
And that concludes my report.
And I want to congratulate you for finishing as quickly as you did. You did good. You did really good. All right, so it's time for my report. I think I'm going to start off by apologizing to Dr. Durst because I said that the fourth quarter of the year was the slowest quarter of the year, and that was not true. And I'm glad that everybody showed up on time. We had one late board member in October, but that board member showed up early. That was me. So going into the discussion, previous investigations, Jan just sent this to me. It's pretty interesting. We have 7 investigations that have gone to Board of Healing Arts. All of them involve sale of contact lenses. Of the 7, 2 of them are closed. There's actually an 8th one, but it appears that with so many investigations, it fell through the cracks and was never filed. I want to read this to you, Tim, and see what you think. This is in an email from Board of Healing Arts to Jan. I believe the following covers all of the complaints and investigations referenced in your email. Pursuant to 652898A, this information is confidential and shall not be disclosed except as authorized by statute. First time I saw that. In previous meetings, I've actually given the name of the companies involved because in the open meeting, we talk about the problem that is occurring, and then we file the complaints. My question to you is, can I name these companies at this moment? 652898A.
Not, under the language of the statute, you or the optometry board is not bound to confidentiality. That applies to the Board of Healing Arts. However, if you want to respect the confidentiality, we certainly could close session and address it there as well.
So to save time, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mention the 2 closed ones. One is Waldo Contact Lenses. That's a company based in Great Britain. They have their own lenses. They make their own lenses, sell them to consumers. Another one is Discount Contact Lens. I believe that was part of the Amazon platform. And if you remember, there were those phone calls that came in September of last year, where I started receiving phone calls from someone saying that they were from Amazon Alexa and they just wanted to talk to me about an order, and they'd give a phone number that was never answered. And the phone number that I called back, their phone number was never answered. So we took it, we assumed it's Amazon selling contact lenses. And this is their verification process. But if you can never communicate with them, how do you do that? And the other thing is that the phone numbers are all virtual phone numbers. They're not real phone numbers. So we actually do not know who they are. Could be Amazon, could be a separate company affiliated with Amazon. The other websites are open. I do want to comment that one of the investigations that's open, I'm not familiar with. I don't recognize the company name, so it appears that someone, a licensee, filed a complaint. And that makes me really happy because we didn't have to do it. So somebody took the initiative to file a complaint. And then I will get back with you, Jan, on the one investigation that they don't have any records of. I did find more information. Another item that was unfinished from the last board meeting was letters of complaint. We talked about it. Our board has sent one to a licensee in the state. The The ones from Arizona are posted on the board members only page, so anybody who is going to use that tool can read them. You can use them as a template. That's what I did. And then you can look at the letter that I wrote. Next topic was cheating at the national board examination. And what we discussed in October was should we have a cheating policy? I contacted National Board, and candidates have to sign a document agreeing to the terms of conduct and security. The obvious thing is that they have to be honest with the taking of the examination, but it also requires them to report questionable actions. National Board did tell me that the problem dropped dramatically once they went to computer testing versus paper and pencil. They also told me that if a candidate is found to have problems with their testing, they are given a score of 0 F2. So if we ever see that on a national board, it means that the person was suspected of cheating, or caught of cheating, I should say, and they have a 2-year ban. So then the question is, what do we do with our examination? Do we have a similar document signed by candidates? Do we have a 2-year ban? If we do, how does this affect reciprocity? But HB 2066 might say something about that anyway. So we'll leave the reciprocity effect off. What do we want to do regarding a agreement to be signed by the candidates? I do have the version from the National Board. I can send it to the board, or I can send it to Jan. Jan will send it to the board members. It's open for discussion.
So the agreement they assigned is essentially an honesty statement, is that correct? I suspect that would be a good thing to add to the application itself, to let the applicants know from get and go that this is a priority, and that their honesty to the entirety of the process, not just the examination, but the entirety of the process, is required.
That's a good idea. I like that, adding it to the application process. Other discussion?
I would say that perhaps that we say something similar to that, but not limit ourselves. If we find that someone, for example, that someone gets a hold of our law examination and posts it online for everybody and their dog to read, then I might think differently about that behavior as opposed to someone who keeps it for themselves. And I'm not saying that either is right, but maybe perhaps the timelines might be different. So I might say, yeah, the lesser of the evils, I guess. So maybe saying of a minimum of 2 years, and yeah.
I just want to add that I was doing some work during the fourth quarter, and I found a YouTube video on how to take the North Carolina board examination, which is an oral test. Yes. Not a website, a video. I forwarded that to the North Carolina board. Oh, I bet they enjoyed that. They were thrilled. I would like to tackle that one. Yes. Starting to see the sunlight in my investigation, so I'm going to promptly put a cloud in front of it.
That's the former educator and you coming back out again.
It is.
Yes.
Oh, God. The next item for discussion was the posting of final orders on the website. So I really, and it's nice because the group who's responsible for this is right there. It is extremely helpful. Recently, Mr. Resner and I were having a conversation, and I was listening to him with one ear, and the gears were spinning on the other side. And I said, this really sounds familiar. And I asked him to pause for a moment, and I went to the board website. Couldn't remember the year, couldn't remember the doctor's name, did remember the outcome. And so I just read all the names, and I said, oh, Tim, it is case number blah, blah, blah. This is the doctor's name. And it was immediately applicable. So that's what we're trying to create. We're trying to get a way to where all of you, the new members, can get access to this information, because everything that the board's done in its existence, all of our precedent actions and orders are there. We need to know that they're there. We need to know what we've done so that when the same situation comes forward, we go, oh, that's what we've done. That's what we're going to do. So first of all, that was great. And then that goes to the next thing. The complaints. Jan and I talked a little bit about trying to organize the complaints. Now, the complaints are not posted on the website, and my opinion is that they shouldn't be. Some complaints are valid, some are not. Some result in action, some don't. But the same problem and opportunity is there. There's a wealth of information there. How do you find the information? How do you read it? That was made obvious to me because I was trying to think of an investigation. I wanted to give that information to, it might have been Dr. Durst, I don't remember. But this is really bad. I knew the year, 2015. I knew the practice. I did not know the doctor. I did not know the complainant, and the investigator was me. Jan couldn't find it because that was not enough information. So what that means is that it's not organized. That there was a similar problem at that practice that was investigated by Dr. Ron Hansen in 2017. Different doctor, same problem, same issue, should have resulted in a hearing, but it didn't because Dr. Hansen did not know of my investigation. So that problem went completely under the radar. Board didn't act on it and should have. Jan kept looking, she finally found it. The investigations were under the name of the complainant, which are members of the public. Is that what it was?
That's what it was, is that,
Okay.
because they list the doctor, they never list the practice.
So then the question became between us, how are we going to organize that? And that's a monster. That makes the final orders look easy. Some are on paper, some are on computer. But the point is that they're not organized in any way. So then the topic for discussion is, how do we want to approach this? Jan did mention to me in an email allowing read-only access to the database. The question is, how do we organize it? doctor name, patient name, practice name. Name may not be a good idea if the practice is sold, and then there's a different doctor there. And that new owner does not want the practice associated with a previous problem. So, open for discussion.
So I'm starting to put them together by year. And then I'm starting to also, because I have a file of nothing but complaints. And then I'm starting to put a copy of the complaint in the doctor's file that I have online. Not in the database, but. Yeah, yeah. Where I have their application file and stuff. That's where I'm putting the complaints. So that way it's with the doctor.
So here's my concern. In the example that I just gave, it was two different doctors at the same practice, two different patients who filed the complaint. Those two complaints would still not be tied together. Right? Because it's under the doctor name. So they were the same issue. The same issue was excessive fees.
And so after that, I have started a spreadsheet and put the address of the practice location. I don't put the practice name, but I put the address. So as long as they don't move or whatever, then that's one way to track. But I'm open for suggestions.
So that's challenging because I believe you could have a partner that was doing things inappropriately that you disagree with, and yet I don't know if your partner should be held responsible for someone else's actions.
I would say no, it should be the doctor. And that's where the problem comes in is when, let's say that doctor leaves and then another doctor comes and then there's another problem, how do we know it's the same location?
I guess my question is, does that matter? If each doctor would be investigated and fined or dealt with?
Let me throw in one more tidbit. The practice owner had employee doctors, and it was the billing practices of the practice owner that were the concern. And then the employee doctors were the signatures on the examinations and on the billing.
I mean, in the end, the doctor is responsible for
Correct.
billing and what they are.
Correct.
It's sticky.
It's a hard one, because what Dr. Hansen wanted to do at the time, what he wished he could have done at the time, was to address the practice owner. Because a lot of these employed doctors they'd sign a one-year contract and they'd leave because they got bad vibes. So right now we've got organized the way Jan described. I think that's a good start. I think we should just continue with that and then just be aware of these other problems that can happen where complaints may not be tied in. We just need to know that that is a possibility. Yeah, exactly. We have a start. We have a start. So, Jan, do you need help with this massive undertaking? Okay, good. If you don't mind, I'm going to step back and go to the posting of final orders on the website. I just remembered something. You and I had talked about how long should something stay on the website? And you'd made a comment about as long as they had an active Kansas license. But then I thought about it, and I just wanted to bring this up before the board. We may be in the situation where a licensee gives up their Kansas license for that reason to have an order taken off the website. Now, it's going to be obviously in other databases, but are you comfortable with leaving them on until a licensee gives up their license, or should it stay there afterwards?
I would suggest that you want to leave it on for a period of time afterwards. You'd like to I would like, as a board member, to have access to information from a potential licensee who has practiced in a different state. And if that information was on their website, on their website, then I would want to have access to that information. And similarly, I would want a different state who was looking at licensing someone who'd had challenges in Kansas to be able to have access to that same information from us.
I would agree with that.
And I just found one in the files that I did not have anything of, that I think he let his license go in 2004. And he wasn't flagged anywhere in our system that he had disciplinary action. He is now, and it is posted.
That was the one you just sent me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that made interesting reading.
Yeah, that was something. Okay, similar question for Jan. You and I also talked about I think we did. Is there a way to organize all these documents that get posted? It's not the board members only page. It's the page that we can access through the website that has all the documents that are scanned. I mean, there's just, because I look at a lot of documents, I have just this monstrous list. I have candidates from last summer, everything that you sent to me. Is there a way to put them in folders? So like one would be licensees 2021, licensees 2020, et cetera.
I think that's how I send them to you, but as long as I don't give you edit access, you can delete those. But if I give you edit access, then if you delete it, then it deletes off mine.
Yeah, don't want that.
And I think the only one I've really ever given edit access to is Becky.
Yeah.
Most of everybody else, it's read only. But I can also look online and see who I've given that access to and what file to.
Yeah. So just so that the new board members know, I'm at around 300 documents. And so sometimes I have to look for something and I go through a lot before I get to the one I'm looking for. And as you serve on the board, you're going to have a really big database to go through. Next topic was board member roles. We discussed a little bit about this in October, what the traditional roles were and some proposed roles. It was mostly as a way to try to split up so many things that were occurring at the same time. It was good timing because it's only accelerated since then. I may have made one suggestion, one change, and not posted it with Jan. And that is that what I was suggesting is that, and it's traditional, president leads meetings, vice president replaces president when not available, but there may be a situation where both of them are not available. There can be 3 members and there's still a quorum, but we don't have assigned who replaces both. And so that would be the next person, secretary treasurer, replace president and vice president when neither available. The basic idea is that traditionally, president's been in charge of the clinical exam questions. To assign the vice president written questions and also to assist president with clinical. Secretary treasurer to assist vice president on the written. Co-review, supervise executive officer. And in my mind at the time, I thought we would give the member at large something simple like trade names. That did not work out. That's why I started out with an apology to Dr. Durst. I couldn't believe that. Anyway, it was trade names and reciprocities for the member at large, and then assist the vice president with board written questions. I think the most interesting thing that I proposed, well, to me it was the most interesting, was that the public member would be the initial contact for public complaints with assistance from the board attorney. Why did I come up with that? One reason was that for investigations that would require technical knowledge, all board members would be available. We wouldn't automatically have to rule out one of the members who came across a complaint or automatically assign it to them, because that's typically what happens. Without going into details, that's what happened to me. You know, I tripped and it's mine. So it's taken up a significant amount of my time. Problem is, what happens if I trip again and I come across another investigation, and then that's it. You know, if there's two significant investigations, they're both just going to require a lot of time. So the idea was to try to keep the rest of the board members available for investigations. And just as a quick note, Dr. Durst and I are involved in two separate but involved investigations right now. You are open currently. I smile at you. Do you have one or two?
I have one pending closure. It's been a little rattled lately, and then I have one that's kind of stalled. So I have two.
Do you have a new one? Okay. So that's what I'm getting at, is that right now, whatever comes down the line belongs to Dr. Sparks.
And while I'm not disagreeing with that, at one point, the members of this board represented all different areas of the state. There
Right.
was a representative essentially from each of the districts. Unfortunately, for whatever reason or purpose, there is there's one person who is not in the greater Kansas City metropolitan area on this board. And that I foresee posing challenges for this board as it goes forward. So I wanted to voice my opinion on that.
And I agree. I mean, we all have the same viewpoint. We all know the same people. We all.
Well, you're also trying to make sure that that person who has that licensee who has a problem in Great Bend that needs to be addressed is not necessarily assigned to the person who lives in Atchison. And And while my trekking out to Dodge City from home this Saturday for my daughter will take 6 hours out of my day, if I had to do that for an investigations purpose, that could get lengthy pretty quick. Yeah.
So now that we've talked about it a little bit more in detail, I'd like to suggest that we percolate a little more on it, talk about it again in April. So that now that I think everyone has a little bit better idea of what the proposal was.
Can I add something to percolate on?
Certainly.
I think initially, and maybe this is hard without the investigation, but it'd be nice to separate the complaints that actually fall under the board umbrella and complaints that do not. And determining, I feel like there's a lot of time spent on complaints that aren't, I don't want to say aren't valid, but they don't fall under the Kansas state law. And how do we separate those? What do we do with those? And can we identify that early in the process versus the end of the process?
We do. Right now, most of the investigations that we're involved with are at Board of Healing Arts, 7 of them. And we have 4 right now amongst us. But that's because Board of Healing Arts deals with contact lenses. So I agree. And that's why Tim would be part of the process to say, this is, this should go to Board of Pharmacy. This should go to Board of Healing Arts. A board member can write a letter to Board of Pharmacy or Healing Arts, but not under our purview. All right, a couple of new items for discussion. Based on that comment that I made at the beginning from Board of Healing Arts about disclosing investigations, should the board post court judgments on the website? We're already posting disciplinary orders. What about judgments? And judgments are coming from Board of Healing Arts. Specifically, what I'm referring to are these contact lens companies that are being fined. They are on the Board of Healing Arts website. I've seen them, but they're not referenced on our website. I don't know if they will allow us to post that information as well. I think it would be helpful.
Is there any way to put a link to
That's what I was going to say.
some
Just
type of
refer
Board
it.
of Healing Art, judgments,
That would be good.
practice of optometry?
We could do that.
Have duplicate information and have to worry about that. It's just
That would be very good.
exactly.
That's a project. I'm just going to say that. Well, it's the number of judgments that have occurred. And so the way that the Board of Healing Arts works is they're alphabetical. They're very voluminous in their orders. And so you have to go, literally the only way I found them is I just read them alphabetically and I looked and I said, oh, I know the name of that company. I know who that company is. So this is going to be something that one of the licensed board members is going to have to do. Just look at the Board of Healing Arts, forward the information to Jan. Jan puts a link on our board website. What we might do, well, first of all, how do we agree on doing that? Does that seem like a reasonable idea? Or do we want to table it till April?
Can we table it till April so I can look to see exactly what it would take me to do what you're asking?
Absolutely.
And I would volunteer to work with Jan on going through all of those and identifying the contact lens or optometry related
So just that you know, I was hoping the three of you would do that again because you already did the orders.
Okay.
So you know what it entails.
You have to figure that out.
So then the next question goes to Tim. Could we do the same thing for the cases that Brenda had and I worked on, and that was Bunnies, Urban Beauty, and Shawnee Optics? Those were actual court cases.
Yeah, those were, the board was the plaintiff in a civil lawsuit. Yeah, absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. And I think that's good. You know, it's technically open through the court system, but good luck finding it.
Exactly. That's the problem, is finding it. Should we have, probably we should have a separate page to separate the orders, which are going to involve licensees, judgments, which are court cases, and then fines on the contact lens vendors. And I can provide the names of the judgments that I know of. Next one's for our new board members. Meeting protocols, how to make a motion, how to pass a motion, executive sessions, etc. What would the new board members like to know? And then we could come up with a how-to, so to speak. That's another one for April. Next topic, confidentiality agreement for board members. It's assumed that we have confidentiality with board discussions, but none of us signed an agreement. I brought this up with Tim not too long ago, and I believe your words were, it's not a bad idea. So that's open for discussion.
Tim, do you have a draft of maybe the accountancy boards, if they have a signed document for each of their board members of a similar nature that we could essentially mold into our purposes?
Yeah, I don't know that board has one. You know, just the differences between the statutory schemes. The accountancy board actually has a statute which states that investigations are confidential if they don't make it past a probable cause finding. I don't think the optometry law has that provision, but I think I have a form, you know, a business type of NDA that I could modify and circulate to whoever wants to work on that agreement with me.
I can see your smile.
I could see you looking at me.
No, I just sort of turned around and I'm like, whoa.
I was just waiting for the ball to drop. Tim, if you're game, I'd be happy to work with you on that.
Okay. Yeah, I think because, just a little bit of context, because there is not that confidentiality provision in the optometry law, we're more than likely looking at the Open Records Act as far as, you know, what records the board would have to produce versus what records in the board's discretion could not be produced. And I think that's probably the place we would need to start.
Thank you. Next topic was a communication received from the KOA regarding COPE CE. We could discuss this now, or Dr. Sparks, do you want to discuss it during your section?
I'm comfortable either way. It doesn't necessarily go to the changes that are occurring within COPE, or potential changes that are occurring within COPE. So it is a separate and distinct issue.
Okay.
So up to you.
If we can go now.
Go now.
Okay. So there was a communication sent from the KOA president regarding the proposal back in October about changing the CE requirements to all COPE, no non-COPE. Education would be accepted in the changes. The president of the KOA expressed a desire to have more flexibility by allowing non-COPE education. And we have someone in the gallery who may be able to answer a couple of questions that I had. Oh, no, you can, if you want to go to the podium, you do have to go to the podium, sorry. And we have with us today.
Todd Flusher, the exec from KOA.
Thank you. A couple of questions that I had. The letter that I received said that there was about 10 states that have COPE-only CE. Is that correct?
My understanding from information I received from AOA is that there are between 7 and 10 states that require 100% COPE, and that there are different variations of it. But in Kansas, my understanding is that we allow COPE, but it's not a requirement to do COPE, and that's kind of where I think many of the states fall in that area.
Is there a limit on non-COPE currently?
No.
Okay. And then, if you can say, is expansion of optometry under consideration?
As far as scope expansion?
Yes.
I mean, I think that's the long-term plan. It's not currently, there's no legislation pending currently. There is a plan, hopefully, to modernize the scope of practice to reflect current training. But I don't know that that's tied in necessarily with the discussion around the COPE concern. I think the thing that the board, when we talked about a little bit, was that they wanted to make sure doctors had the flexibility to get education. We wanted to make sure it was quality education, so there is definitely the idea that it needed to be approved. But right now, there's education that's provided by ophthalmology in local communities that they may not go through the COPE process if they were to have to be forced to do that. And also where right now you allow for observation of surgical procedures and different things, that would not fall under COPE. So we just wanted to make sure that there was that flexibility. The other thing, I think, on a national level, there's been a lot of discussion within AOA, the American Optometric Association, about COPE and their accrediting thing, and I don't know that I fully understand the kind of the nuances between, but I know that at Optometry's meeting, which is the big AOA meeting, about half the education, I believe, was COPE and the other half was not. And their thought is that some of the non-COPE classes are maybe more cutting edge and maybe involving industry a little bit more, which I know needs to be careful to make sure it's not an advertisement, it needs to be education. But I think that their thought is that that would allow some flexibility in those kind of things. So that's just based on the discussion, the KOA wanted to make sure that the board was aware of sort of our thoughts on it as you mull over the discussion of what you're gonna require going forward. I know that it was sort of in preliminary discussion, so we just wanted to share, based on the information we had, where our thoughts on it.
Okay, thank you. I'll just make one more comment, and that is that I believe that they are tied in, expansion and COPE. I think that there has to be some sort of boundaries, some sort of limits, some sort of parameters. We do want COPE education, and we currently have no limits. So to me, that's pretty surprising. I do like surgery observation. I think that that is quite helpful. I participated in watching MIG surgeries about a year ago. Fast procedure, obviously, but it was good to get firsthand knowledge and watch some of the procedures, not just the MIGs, but the, I can't think of the name of the company, I believe they're Italian, that has a device for dilating the Schlemm's canal and anatomy within the eye. Sorry, I didn't mean to get technical. And also they have a way to dilate further downstream. And it was pretty interesting to see that. So I think right now, I just want to leave it at that for consideration. Because we still are working on the rules and regulations. Okay? Any other discussion?
Dr. Lozada, I know some states do require like CPR training as part of continuing ed, that you've got to be CPR certified. Has that ever been a consideration at the board in Kansas?
I don't think so.
I don't believe there's ever been a requirement for CPR. Oh, Jan's going to correct me.
Oh, and I'm thinking it's on the CE page of the website. That's where I'm heading to. Optometrist, continuing education. It does. Thought it said something about CPR not being allowed.
I don't recall any point where CPR was required, if that was what your question was.
Number 3 on the CE page on the board's website, it says CPR courses are not accepted. So I knew I read it somewhere.
In regards to HB 2066, so I think we'll just delay that for now. Next item is, there were changes made to the licensure application. When did that happen, Jan? Was that October, November? There were some questions that were added.
You wanted to add some, but I haven't added them yet. I haven't.
They haven't been added yet, okay.
We're talking reciprocity.
License, didn't we have some changes for licensure?
I don't remember. I don't think so. I thought it was all reciprocity, but
So it was reciprocity, that's right.
yeah. And I think I posted those questions out on the board member only webpage for you to look at.
Correct.
I think the other application you're thinking of may be the trade name.
Trade name.
Yeah. And those are, I think, in place, right, Jan? Yeah. Okay.
Those are up and running. So I believe I spoke with you about this, Tim. We decided to just go ahead and make the changes because we felt that waiting 3 months was too long. It does happen. So changes have been made. You can go to the website and look at the new wording, but the new wording is designed to get a better idea of the of the trade names and the intent. It's the same principle with the reciprocities, to get a better idea of the applicants who are coming forward. When we get into executive session, I'll share with you a conversation I had with Arbo about that. Last item for discussion. This one will be easy. The board has a slide collection.
Yes, we all remember that well. Thank you,
No,
Gerard.
the board no longer has a slide collection. It got donated
It got donated to me.
for it.
So these are the questions that some of us took for the exam. And I remember that exam very well, believe me. It's a nice collection. Going through it, we had a lot of good board members over the years who have come up with good questions, good slides. And, 30 years later, they're a lot easier. 20 years later. But the question that I have for the board, would the board be willing to donate them to the national board? They are in the process, as you know, of rewriting part 3. And when I told them that we had a slide collection, they were very excited.
The slides were something I did check with state archives, and they were not interested in taking them, so.
I'll be glad to see them go to good use.
The only suggestion I'm going to make is that we ask National Board to pay for the shipping. It is a big, heavy box. It's going to be significant to send it. All right. Last item on my agenda. So we are at 20 to 12. Vice President report comes next. Jan, what do we have arranged for lunch?
Noon. I'll go down and pick it up at noon.
Why don't we go ahead with the
I could see if it's done now. I could send her email real quick or a text.
Okay. We're right about due for a break. While Jan's doing that, how about if you continue? Sound good? Okay.
So back in April, Jan brought to our attention that it was within the budget to provide iPads for the members of the board. And I don't remember if you were with us yet or if that was not until July.
It might have been July because I do believe I've heard
Okay.
proposition of it.
And I think we have already demonstrated today multiple times the convenience, maybe security needs, but also just protection for board members of having one single place for your 300 documents that you'll access. Our legal sign-ins to the state just changed how we sign in and out of the system. I am already dealing with a home computer, a work computer, a laptop, and things get hairy. So I think it would be a good direction for the board to go.
I like the idea for the same reasons. Any other discussion?
I'm a lame duck, but I'll put out there that Apple and I are not the best of buddies. Cost-wise, there's a significantly less cost associated with a IBM-style PC as opposed to an iPad. I'm not, as I say, I'm a lame duck.
No.
It is not something that affects me one way or t'other, but I thought I would voice my 2 cents for it.
And I'm really not particular about product as much as that what Jan presented.
Do we have an option to pick, or do they all have to be iPads? It would be nice if we could pick.
You could also do Chromebooks. Uh-huh.
You could,
We'll have to look into that because it has to be something on state contract. I know I can lease them for so much a month, but that'll get kind of expensive.
mm,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
all right.
We
so-
already have some issues with, we are Apple people, and Jan cannot read my documents that I send her until I convert them, so.
I'll show you a little trick.
Well, and I know how, I just didn't realize Jan wasn't
Okay.
Apple.
Yeah, we went through that this week. I sent her a lot of documents and she, in a format that I thought she could read and she just couldn't fix them. Yeah. All right, so it sounds like we want to go in that direction then? Okay, good. So what's the next step? Are you going to be, was it just for discussion or are you the point person for obtaining them?
I'm going to wait until Jan tells me what to do.
And I will check with some other boards to see what they've used in for their board members. I contacted nursing and they're the ones that led me towards the Apple. That's the only reason. But I'll check with some other boards and see what they've got.
Okay, thank you. My goodness. Anything else? No. I just want to say we have some really fast people on this board. Dr. Deonda, I'm impressed. And then I have a question. Tim, this email I just got, am I the only one who got this from you? Okay, and that's off the, all right, thank you. Thank you. Next up, report of the Secretary Treasurer.
The first line item about COPE and interactive online CE, October, please forgive me, not my speaker is on. October 29 of last year, COPE posted on ARBO's website an announcement regarding transition period for interactive online CE. The official end date for their acceptance of interactive online CE as live credit would have been December 31 of last year. They are utilizing the first 6 months of 2022 to essentially develop a proposal and in essence leading towards a finalized where are we going from here regarding interactive online CE and does that constitute live CE? And I won't read through the entirety of the document. You've all been provided it already. Where I was headed from the standpoint of having this on my list is this is going to affect all states as to what we now will call live CE. And there are also some considerations from the standpoint of if it's a COPE course and it's labeled as live CE and our standards for live CE differ from what COPE determines as live CE, then there are issues from the data management each year when Jan runs the reports of CE for each licensee within Kansas. So I brought this to the fore to have the discussion about what we perceive to be live CE. Are we going to continue with an interactive format, even though it is a distance learning format, accepting that as live CE, or are we going to revert back to pre-pandemic standards for live CE? So I open the floor.
I will be honest, I was really surprised reading Dr. McPeak's letter that the KOA is leaning towards live and in person. Only because after reading Arbo's notification, it just seemed like this is kind of the way of the future. So that being said, I was surprised that the constituents of KOA want to go back to pre-pandemic.
And I agree with you, and a part of my bias is that I'm on the Arbo Board of Directors. And so I hear the reports from COPE as a portion of that. But ultimately, I think our responsibility here, as much as I hold great affection in my heart for all 700 plus of us, the ultimate responsibility is to what's best for maintaining the standard of care for the members of the public within the state of Kansas. And so I have a great degree of respect for Dr. McPeak and for the KOA, but that's not our responsibility here. And our responsibility here is for determining what will meet the continuing education requirements in order to provide that highest standard of care.
Do you think we can answer that question now prior to Arbo releasing what their decision in 6 months will be?
That's a great question. I don't know that I can answer it.
Meaning we may find our decision is the same as their decision. We may,
You're absolutely right. Whether we want to make a decision today, I'm not sure.
Can I interject here? The next thing on your agenda is the COPE CE formats, and which is also on the webpage. But they have one, it's interactive distance learning, which is their online live CE. And I'm going to need to know prior to renewals starting whether or not you're going to count that the interactive distance learning as live or non-live. And I've already getting people calling me, asking me if we're going to be able to continue doing the online live CE.
So we agreed through December 31 that was live CE.
And it was still counted, or it was still classified as live.
Yeah.
But now they've got a new classification for it.
Right.
COPE.
They have a different classification because they're coming to terms as to what they're going to classify as live CE. That's what the 6-month transition is.
Dr. Sparks, this live CE streamed, is that still considered remote?
As of January 1, as I understand things in the state of Kansas, if it is remote, unless we extend it, it is not considered to be live.
Yeah, I think I'd agree that the applicable regulation makes that distinction. It's at least something to consider. If you want to make the change, it may require a regulatory modification.
Don't take this the wrong way, but gee, thanks, Tim.
You know, I really think pandemic has changed a lot of things in our lives. And personally, with Omicron and COVID rates, 21% positive right now in Shawnee County, to go to a live in-person CE right now makes me extremely nervous. And especially for our member optometrists that may have immune issues, have family with immune issues. Yeah, I really feel, at least in the near future, that we should probably consider extending the online live interactive to qualify as the same as live in person. I know a lot of other professions allow live interactive learning instead of live in person for their continuing education. And I really feel like, whether it be a regulatory change down the road, that's one issue there. But at least in the interim, that perhaps we consider extending that at least through perhaps the spring, early spring, March, perhaps. I really personally don't want to go down to the heart and interact with everyone. So that's just a thought.
I would add that the last time that we met and had a similar discussion, I personally did not know the letter Omicron from the Greek alphabet, but we all do now. And who knows? One of the things to look at is the minutes from 2020. You don't have to read them, just look at them and look at how many times we met as a board. We were meeting sometimes every 2 weeks because things were changing so quickly. As a, when does your license expire? What kind of CE can you get? What's the latest from the State Department of Health? And I'm getting a little concerned that we might be in that boat again, where we're going to start, quarterly meetings are just not going to work, and we're going to start to have remote meetings to come up with issues that come through the legislature, Department of Health, et cetera. I like your idea about the extension, and in October, we all felt that maybe the worst was behind us. Is that something you want to bring up today, considering extensions?
I would even go so far as to make a motion regarding it. So I would move that the state board continues to authorize interactive distance learning as live CE throughout the transition period that COPE is assigned through June 30 of this year. And also, separate and apart from the motion, that we could consider this to be an opportunity to look into modifying the regulations for the purposes of making that a permanent change.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second that.
We have a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Good call, by the way. Do you want to tackle item 2? It's looking at the time.
Let's go ahead and recess for lunch then, if lunch should be ready here in the next couple of minutes, because the rest of that might take a little bit longer.
All right, we're going to break for lunch at noon, come back at 1. Does that sound acceptable? All right. Board's in recess. I don't have a hammer.
forgive me. Next up on our list is COPE CE formats. I believe Jan handed across a copy of this. It's also within the notes.
It's in the-
COPE has a number of different formats that they classify courses as. Historically speaking, Jan has taken live as live CE, and then the rest as non-live. With the exception of during the pandemic, we've considered interactive distance learning as live CE. There is discussions we talked about before the lunch break of what's going to happen with interactive distance learning, and will it be reclassified as live CE? But that's a portion of what COPE is considering during this time of transition. I believe the rest of the rest of the course classifications or formats here are self-explanatory. Did anyone have any questions or concerns that they wanted to raise regarding that?
I just have a couple of questions. A panel would be considered live.
A panel given in a live presentation, such that it's
H on the format list. It says panel.
yeah. If you had a panel who was giving a presentation in a live setting, then that would be considered a live course. Versus if it was a video of a panel presentation, then that would not.
Okay. I'll just,
And the other one that popped up is as I was looking through this, and now I can't see it.
posters.
Oh, grand rounds, same thing. If that was a presentation that was given to a group in a grand rounds format that was occurring in a live setting, then that would be considered live as opposed to not.
Does surgery count as grand rounds, surgery observation?
Surgery observation is Kansas's own little beast. COPE
Really?
doesn't have a classification for that at all.
Interesting,
So I think it comes across as live. I forget how.
interesting, okay.
Yeah.
Jan, forgive me, what are the current limitations for surgical observation?
4 hours per year.
4 hours per year. Okay, thank you. All right. Any other
Posters.
post? Jan is chuckling at me right now because she knows that I have strong opinions about posters. The question is to whether to consider a poster as live CE. I am so glad to hear the public member agrees with me.
As in no or no credit at all, allowed for it at all.
It's not peer reviewed. The classification of what level of credit do you want to provide? The person who stands there and spends 30 minutes thoroughly reading all of the information and has a discussion with a person who presented the poster perhaps merits some consideration of continuing education. But if I go by and I look at that and say, oh, that's cute, and keep walking, I don't know that I get CE for that. I don't know that you can. Yeah, so my 2 cents worth is no, but I open that up to the board.
I would agree, even if you look at some of the CE that's in magazines, at the end of the article, there's a test. You have to mail it in, has to be graded. Granted, even if you don't know the answer to the question, you still have to go through the article and, right. And the word you used was great, passive, 100% passive.
Yeah. It has the potential to be a valid form of education, but it's too hard to be certain for every person that's participating. Anything else about formats?
No, just would like to say that anything that I don't have classified as live or non-live, it shows up on our website, but it doesn't get counted in any of the totals, not live or non-live. It'll count in the total, but they don't see that. And so if they don't notice that they got a green check mark and they're adding up their hours and they're short an hour, they're going to go get another hour. Because my system doesn't know what to do with it, so it just leaves it hanging out there. Usually posters and ground rounds are the only two that I've actually ever seen hang up on.
I could see, as I say, I could see a grand rounds going either way, depending upon whether it's a video presentation of a previously held grand rounds, or if it's a live observation or participation within a grand rounds. So the honest answer, Jan, is I'm afraid it's going to be case by case specific.
Yeah, so I'll just leave those as they are.
Okay.
Okay, but I was just wanting to make sure the interactive distance learning is going to be counted as live.
Per the decision earlier on through June 30 of this year.
Okay. And that'll be after renewals, so that'll work. We'll worry about it for the next renewal.
The last item that I had on my list was regarding cultural competency training. The Associations of Schools and Colleges of Optometry, or ASCO, has written to the board in April of last year asking for us to consider requiring cultural competency education for licensees within the state of Kansas. There are a number of institutions that provide cultural competency training through different different methods. I personally have taken an online one that was not specific to optometry. I think it's a good idea for us to have the discussion of cultural competency. I'm not sure that we are at a point where we are ready to mandate cultural competency training, because I think we'd have to come up with what requirements would be for that. But I wanted to open the floor up to everyone's thoughts about that.
Is there a group that has such a program that they present around the country?
I suspect that there is. I can't say for certain who that would be. I know that there are locations that do require cultural competency training already. And as such, I believe one of those is Texas. And I suspect that they have their own, whether they do it or whether they work in cooperation with another entity that would provide that service.
So as you were speaking, I was scrolling and I found, I did speak about this in October, maybe, could have been the summer, a group called practicecompliancesolutions.com, and they work with Texas Optometric Association and University of Houston. Their course appears to be more about compliance with state law in Texas. But they probably have something similar. So my guess would be that an organization like that would have that.
That entity has also provided back at the onset of HIPAA, they provided HIPAA training for optometrists and for optometrists to provide to their staffs. So that's their ballywick as they do training. And it is entirely possible that what would work in Texas would work here, but it's also possible that it might not meet all of our needs. So I would urge a look at the program and then a consideration of what would we add, what would we amend based on specific to Kansas needs. And no, I don't know of any other specific entities that provide that right now. I'll ask this question to you, Carissa. What's your experience within your neck of the woods regarding cultural competency training? Is it Kansas specific, or is it specific to your organization? Federal. It's federal, okay.
Yeah, it's federal law. Mm-hmm. So you'd want something that was Kansas specific, but.
Forgive an ignorant question, your licensure is Kansas, right?
That's true. I don't have to do it for my licensure. I have to do it for my job.
Oh, okay. No, that would be it. Thank you.
So I just want to make one comment at the end of Dr. Sparks' presentation about how these things can snowball. I used to have a Texas license, but I retired it. And Texas has this this class that I just mentioned called Texas Responsibility Course. Well, I do have 2 active licenses, Kansas and Missouri. A friend of mine and I were talking who practices in Missouri, and he was telling me about he had signed up for his jurisprudence course. And I said, what jurisprudence course? And it appears that the state of Missouri put out their own course, just like Texas has, but it relates to Missouri law. And not everybody got the message, like me. And so I I sent an email to the Missouri Board of Optometry. Missouri is one of the states that has a super board. And I got a response from somebody. And then later on, I got a response from someone on the board saying, oh, please don't listen to that response. This is what you need to do. But that's what happens when you have super boards. You have people responding to multiple boards, emails, and answering questions on the phone, and they don't necessarily have knowledge of each independent agency, what they're doing. That made me wonder, so let's say I had Texas, Missouri, and Kansas, and then Kansas had a required type of class. That would be 3 hours right there. That would go into my continuing education. And really only one of them would count in Kansas. I don't think the other 2 would be practice management. It's iffy.
I think it depends really upon how the question is addressed. You could, using the ARBO course definitions, you could consider it to be an ethics course, which falls out, ethics and jurisprudence falls outside of practice management.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. And of course, I took this to the nth degree. We have 50 states, they all require it. Each state has its own course. You got multiple licenses, and you're taking these classes all around the country. I think what will happen is there may need to be eventually, some sort of national course for the federal law, and then something homegrown for the state law. But we'll be retired by then. Thank you, Dr. Sparks. Report of the member at large. Let's see how this goes.
Okay, well, the big thing I need to discuss is trade names. Back after the October meeting, when Dr. Lozada mentioned board members' responsibilities, I was assigned trade names, and Jan and I had been discussing some of the new licensees' trade name requests, specifically, a couple that were discussed earlier today. And so Jan thought perhaps it was time to do a trade name audit, since that had not been performed since 2015. And so she has a list of all of the trade names approved by the board previously. And, we were going back and forth doing Google searches as to, is the, website current with what the board has as an approved trade name. Not unexpectedly, there were a number of discrepancies. And, some are no longer practicing. Some have new doctors in the practice that have not had approved trade names. And then in speaking with Tim, he was discussing the corporate status then of the structure of each of these trade names with the state. And optometry practices, if they are corporate, have to be one of two entities. They either have to be a PA if they're incorporated, or a PLLC if they're an LLC. Did I say that correctly? Okay. And so there's a way to go through the Secretary of State's office to determine what entity each of these trade named practices is, to determine if they're properly organized, number one, and number two, if they are authorized to engage in the practice of optometry, number two. Initially, when Tim looked at that, he took a random sample of 4 different trade name approved optometric practices, and 2 of the 4 corporate entities were not organized properly with the Secretary of State. So now we're headed down a rabbit hole here with, do we want to, as part of this trade name audit, now looking into the corporate structure? It's not in our regs, but, we really, if you've got a corporation, you should be organized properly with the state. So that's sort of where we're at right now. And I'll bring that up for discussion as well. And maybe Tim, I don't know if you'd like to add a few words.
Yeah, on the corporate issue, the concern is it's the unauthorized practice of optometry. If you're not properly organized, it's not a arduous process. If you want to organize as a professional corporation or LLC, you would submit proposed articles and a request to Jan. Jan would certify that your license is in good standing. You file that certificate with your articles of organization or incorporation, whichever they may be, and then you're properly organized under the Kansas Professional Corporations Act and under the optometry law. Unfortunately, I think we've seen a number of of these that weren't organized that way. By its very definition, if that's the case, it's the unauthorized practice of optometry through a non-professional entity, and that's a legal requirement. Some of it's technical, and I think, one question, and I don't know that we can answer it today, and maybe, procedurally, my understanding is that these matters are going to go to probably Dr. Durst as the investigative member, and if there are issues, they'll be brought before the full board. But one question I think that's going to come up is, if it's strictly a corporate organization issue, and there isn't any residual harm other than, violating the statute, I think just by itself is harm because it's defined to be the public interest. But if that is the only issue, then, hypothetically or rhetorically, what's the result? What's the resolution? Now, I think there are going to be a number of these where we're going to see other aspects, other issues that Dr. Durst will need to address. But I think that's the one aspect that will be a little bit more difficult to resolve.
So to get to your first question, should they be addressed? The answer is yes. We need to address them. We need to address them all equally. I have a concern about how we do this procedurally, because first of all, we don't want Dr. Durst to have half a dozen investigations. That's number one. Number two, we don't want Dr. Durst to have information that could influence her on some of these decisions should they come to hearings. So procedurally, what I'd recommend is that we find a way to determine which ones have problems and divide them up so that no one board member is burdened, and so that we can maintain a quorum when we go to a hearing, because that's another issue that we have to consider.
Actually, on that point, if it's a CAPA hearing, you're not required to have a quorum. It's not technically a meeting. It's a little bit different from that standpoint. You always can designate less than a quorum for the purpose of CAPA to hear a disciplinary action.
From what you've seen so far, do you see anything that's going to require the more formal type of hearing?
Yes. Yeah,
oh, okay.
We have. I think it depends on, the options that you have would be to propose, if it's and this board does have a history of this. One of your options, if you do find a violation of this nature, is to propose a stipulation and consent order. It's presented to the board members that can hear it, and if you determine to approve it, then it's finished. It's over. And I would think that that's the way most of these could resolve, but we may have. If the licensee, wants to object to the proposed action, they certainly can. They're entitled to a hearing, and that's the way it would move.
So again, I'm not getting to the essence of your question yet. I'm just trying to figure out a direction for the board. My suggestion would be and this would go to you, Tim, to keep Dr. Durst as neutral as we can. If you could determine which ones are going to go to a more formal hearing, and then divide those up among the remaining board members, excluding Dr. Durst, because there's going to be some that she's going to have knowledge of that's automatically going to exclude her from a hearing. So my big thing is that we have a quorum. If we're down to 3 because of how we handle this, and then one person cannot be there on the date of the hearing, there's no hearing, because we don't have a majority.
Yeah, well, you don't need to, if it's a CAPE action, you don't need a quorum to hear it.
Did say there are some that do go disciplinary.
Right. Well, either way, it would be a CAPE hearing. If it's a stipulation consent order, when you are determining whether or not to approve it, and say that, you have one member that's bringing the action, two that need to recuse for whatever reason, the remaining two, even though it's not a quorum, can hear.
Okay, so we're not going to get wrapped up into that.
Yeah, that won't be an issue.
Good, good, good. Okay. So in that case, please continue.
I'm sorry. As Tim had mentioned, we can decide as a group to say everyone who has proper trade name authorization by the board, but just does not have the proper corporate entity designation, we can all agree perhaps there's a fine and a letter stating that they must change their corporate entity to PA or PLLC. That I would think would be the easiest way to resolve that. The others that are needing more beyond that, for perhaps, I researched one who is not even listed under in the the Secretary of State's office. Their corporation is not even listed in there, so they don't have any approval at all. And this is a practitioner that I know has been practicing longer than I have. So that's going to require, those situations are going to require a little more involved care. And this does not even include individual practitioners. Let's say someone is set up as Jane Doe OD, but Jane Doe OD hasn't gotten trade name approval because she doesn't really need a trade name. However, let's say she's a PA with the Secretary of State's office. She's not on Jan's list to search, but we really should be looking into her corporate organization to make sure she's a PA or a PLLC.
Yeah. The reason they're not on my list is the board didn't consider those trade names.
Correct,
So
correct.
even with the PA behind them, they still weren't considered
Right.
trade
So even though it's not a part of the trade name investigation, if we are looking into the corporate organization, as described by Tim, that would probably include individual practitioners also, or individual, groups, James and John Doe, ODs, PA, or are they professional?
Would you want to, knowing what you know, would you want to divide these up amongst us and probably geographically? I mean, I don't know, that's not terribly fair. We only have one person in Wichita.
Right.
So,
And there's a lot of practitioners in Wichita.
let's see how it shakes out, because, I mean, we may send someone from northeast Kansas to Wichita.
And so Tim or Laura, could you explain, big picture, is this a tax issue? Is this, I guess I'm missing the link to why it matters under the Kansas optometry laws, what type of corporation they are.
Oh, well, that's the line the legislature has drawn with respect to the allowable corporate practice of optometry. If you're organized as a professional corporation, or LLC for that matter, under the Kansas Corporate Code, professional corporation or LLC provisions, it restricts ownership to only a person who holds that license. That's the way you avoid, some disciplines don't have that requirement. The practice of medicine does, optometry does, to make sure that you have licensees who are owning, the corporate entity that's engaging in the practice of optometry. That's the primary reason you're not having unlicensed individuals who are then, have an ownership stake, and then in turn they can influence the licensing's practice.
And I will say in other states, I've practiced in Illinois, do not have that provision in their law. And so, John Smith, optician, can employ an optometrist, which we cannot here. And it really is quite a difference in the way practice is done in Kansas versus Illinois. However, when Tim and I spoke, I'm an LLC. I did not personally realize that I needed to be a PLLC when I originally organized 18 years ago. And so I think a lot of optometrists are probably unaware of that, especially many that have been practicing for a long time. And do we notify them first? Do we send out this blanket statement saying, make sure you're organized this way? Or do we just start going through and say, you need to get this taken care of?
Yeah, I think probably including something in the newsletter or notice would be a great idea. Just some of the numbers that we've recently looked at, you see some LegalZoom filed documents, which I don't know who's behind LegalZoom, but they're not going to have the specific knowledge about Kansas law. And you see some, filings that were done by lawyers that I know, and they just didn't know what the law was, unfortunately. And so whoever relied on their lawyer, they relied on it to their detriment. And I think some type of notice would be really necessary here to make sure people are, your licensees are realizing what's required. Because that is the primary, if you're organizing as a professional entity, your articles or your bylaws for that matter, they're always going to have that restriction on ownership. Because that's what the law requires, is you can't have an unlicensed person own those entities. And we're not necessarily seeing that, at least on paper. But that's the big public policy reason behind it all.
Tim, help me get the correct phrase. I know that sometimes city government will allow people who have outstanding tickets to just pay them and avoid prosecution. It's not amnesty. And it's grace period. There's some special term that's used.
I know what you're talking about, and I can't think of it, but.
So the suggestion that I have is, what if we put an article in the newsletter describing the problem, stating that practices need to review how they're incorporated, and give them 90 days to comply. And then after 90 days, hopefully, Dr. Dirt's list is 0.
I may just mention 90 days seems like a long time, but during COVID, you can call an attorney and it takes 6 weeks to get an appointment and then another 4 weeks. We may need to extend.
Do you think maybe June 30th? That's the halfway point of the year.
I think it would be nice for Jan to say, we're doing renewals, and as you renew, you're proving that you have everything, all your ducks in a row.
Oh, so go through for the whole year? Oh, it would actually be a 2-year process, because some people renew this year, some people renew next year. Probably, my suggestion is probably not, because if in 2023 someone from 2022 forgets, they'll just turn around and say, hey, this person had 13 months, I had 12. So I think everybody should be on the same time frame.
I
Although I
just
do
think
like
90 days is short.
Do we want to go June 30, December 31? No, not December 31.
I think June 30th is reasonable, knowing it may take us 6 weeks to get a letter out.
What sort of mechanics would you want to pursue? I mean, do you want to levy any kind of a fine? As
I think
a
it's going
set
to,
nominal fine?
it's going to depend upon the severity of what's going on in a particular practice. Some may warrant fines, some may not.
My concern would just be consistency on
True.
treating everyone the same.
So if, let's say, their trade name's been approved and the only violation they have is improper corporate structure, should there be a flat fine in that situation?
They're included, Tim, in this grace period, right?
Right,
Did
so
you-
let's say July 5th of 2021, practice XYZ on Jan's trade name approval is not organized as a PA, and they're still incorporated or what have you.
Probably we would look back on what the board's done before and base whatever action we take on what happened, whether it was a fine, disciplinary letter, et cetera. Just follow through, as Tim says, for consistency.
Has this ever been, do you remember this ever being addressed previously, Becky?
I don't remember, and Jan's shaking her head in agreement with me that she doesn't remember either of a previous event of this nature within the last, I guess, 8 years that I've been on the board. It's difficult. I mean, you need to consider them on a case-by-case basis. It would be nice if we could come up with and to use Gerard's word, and I know that he doesn't think it's necessarily the correct one, but it's the one that sticks in my head that would be correct as well, to come up with an amnesty program that you all have until June 30 to get your ducks in a row. If your ducks are not in a row, July 1, we're going to come and address it. And if we have to address it, there are consequences for that.
And that gives the KOA time to get the word out because as we just discussed, only 30% of our emails are read. So that leaves 70% of the ODs out there not aware of it. But if through zone meetings and through emails, and a half year later, these are still not on the program, well, they're not really on anybody's program.
Could we also post it on the board's website?
Absolutely.
New, please read if you're licensed OD.
Absolutely. So it sounds like we're going to give, once we figure out the correct word, we're going to give a period of time for this to be corrected. And then afterwards, June 30th is a good date because that's prior to the next meeting, to the July meeting. And then any practice that's not in compliance can be on that agenda, which like I said, I hopefully is 0.
And then any of the other issues with trade names, then those will be gone through on a case-by-case basis because they're going to require more involvement. Any other thoughts? That's all I have there then. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was excellent. Before we move on, though, I'd like to show something to Tim real quick and just see how he wants to handle this. She already know about that. All right, moving on, report of the public member.
I don't have anything to report today.
You are the most popular person today.
Thank you.
Report of legal counsel. We discussed going into executive session. If there's some items that we can discuss open, let's do so, and then we can go into executive session, or is it all going to be executive?
Yes, I don't have anything to discuss in open session.
How much time would you like?
Gerard, before we do that, I've got somebody on the public that's been waiting for public comments, and I have the executive session after public comments anyway. Can we just go to him?
Absolutely.
Because he's been here all day.
Thank you.
Mr. Filkert, are you still on the phone, and do you want to make your public comment?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I recently, well, let's start this way. My name is Darwin Folkerts. I live in Andover, Kansas, and I recently had a annual visit for my eye exam, and I was informed I had to wear a mask, and that's their policy. I asked them who made their policy for that. They told me it was the board that you are on now. I filed a complaint. I don't know if you have that with Jan.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. And I guess, I just wanted to see where your guidance comes from for the mandatory mask wearing. It makes it difficult to take an eye exam with the fog that's generated. I'm sure you've all experienced that if you wear glasses, but you have to get up there and, different things. And it's just not the best situation. From what I understand, everybody there was vaccinated as well as they have masks to protect themselves. And so I just wondered, where is the science? We're always told to follow the science behind it. And then I just wanted to know, where did you get your science to make this a mandatory thing for all the optometrists in the state of Kansas?
I'm going to ask you to give me a moment, please. I need to pull up your complaint. I found it. Give me just a moment. Sir, I'm looking at your complaint. By the way, my apologies. My name is Gerard Lozada, optometrist. I'm president of the State Board of Examiners in Optometry. All the board members are present. I'm looking at the complaint that you sent in. Where you have mentioned the comments that you've made so far. And then you wrote, "It is time that we do follow the science and be truthful about it. The CDC has made the recommendations, but that is not the law. You do not have to follow them. Here we go. This is the sentence I was looking for. The masks simply do not work to stop the spread of COVID. I can prove the masks do not work by simply following the science. That is actually what I would like to hear from you.
Okay. I have a degree in aeronautical science. I've been a professional pilot for 30 years. I understand air extremely well, and I understand how it flows and how it's a vapor. I've been in all areas of the atmosphere around our Earth. I understand weather. I'm not an optometrist, but I do understand air and airflow and molecules. And the COVID molecules are smaller than your oxygen molecules. So if you're able to breathe through your mask, you're not stopping anything and you're not stopping the spread of it. An N95 is made to protect the wearer, which it does. And it has to follow a lot of different guidelines to make that N95 mask do its job. Most of the masks that you're wearing in that area there are either cloth or the surgical mask. And it says right on the box of those surgical masks, on 99% of them anyway that I've read, does not stop the transmission of viruses, nor does it stop COVID-19. And so if you go on your YouTube video, which you had referenced earlier to some YouTube videos, you could look on there and see actual demonstrations of people trying all the different kinds of masks and showing that they do not work. Now, in aviation, when we go to the wind tunnel, we use smoke, and we can see then what the airflow is doing. And if you were to do that with a vape pipe or whatever it is, you would see that those masks simply do not stop the flow of anything. And so it's up to you, but where did you get the guidance or the science that you made the decision from to mandate masks to all the optometrists in the state of Kansas?
Optometrists are considered healthcare facilities, and so we follow the guidance that are set forth for all healthcare facilities. They don't just involve masking. There's different hygiene requirements. At the very basic level, an office has to have running water. But your point that the N95 does protect the wearer is what we are after. And actually, after listening to you, I think a better guidance would be that we recommend that N95s be required by the practitioners. The patients, as you say, they come in with all types of masks, but I personally wear an N95. I'm not the only one wearing an N95 today. I think that's a good suggestion that we do that.
Well, sir, I guess I observed you over the lunch hour, and I guess I would like to have you explain to me, one of the people, someone there. Now, you've wore your mask all throughout the meeting, but while you were eating your lunch, you didn't wear the mask, and we're talking and breathing on your microphone and breathing all over that room, all of which would not stop the transmission of COVID. So if we're really interested in stopping the transmission of COVID, it seems like you would want to wear your mask pretty much all times and have to go eat somewhere else. But you've been sitting in that room, and most of you, I got pictures of it on my phone, not wearing masks, just eating away. And I'd like you to explain how that stopped the transmission of COVID right there in your own office that you're sitting in currently.
We discussed that. We discussed if we were sufficiently far apart. Not everyone stayed in the room. Some people did leave. We figured that would be sufficient.
Based on what?
Based on
Based
social
on what
distancing
science?
guidelines.
On what guidelines?
Social distancing guidelines.
Okay, and those social distancing guidelines are absolutely worthless. The CDC has told us at first we didn't need to wear masks. Then they told us we needed to wear masks. Then they told us we needed to wear 2 masks. Now they're telling us after 10 days or 5 days, depending on whether you've been vaxxed or not, you don't have to isolate yourself. And they said that the CDC director said that right there that we were seeing what the public would allow us to do. Well, that enters into the realm of politics. And so we're making decisions not based on science by any means. And they first told us that if you get vaxxed, you can't spread it and you won't get it and all those things. Well, all those things have changed over time. And Dr. Fauci even said he was science. Well, I have a degree in aeronautical science, and I know for a fact that back in the day, they said you couldn't fly any faster than the speed of sound. But by golly, they certainly figured out a way to do it. And so the science is never, ever settled. And so you folks need to realize that and quit passing the buck. Well, we're just following the CDC guidelines. You really need to follow the science. And your science is pathetic. And so it's time. That's why I put in there, it's time that you make some decisions. The CDC did not pass any laws. They're only guidelines. They're only guidelines of which you do not have to follow. If they told you at CDC to jump off the top of the Capitol building, would you do it? Probably not. So there is at some point where you would say, CDC, we're not going to follow your guidelines. Well, it's time as a board that you decide for yourselves what the proper guidance is based on science. Now, I've been around a lot of accident investigations through my years, and when you had to follow the facts, you didn't get political, you didn't make prejudgments, you followed the facts. And that's what the conclusion came down to a year later, that you finally found out what those facts were and what caused that accident, sometimes more than a year. But they always followed the facts. That's why aviation is so safe today. But you folks are following politics or some half-murked science that nobody has really looked at. So they always say follow the science. I'm asking you directly, what is the science that you're referencing to make the decisions as a board that you are making for the whole state of Kansas?
Sir, what we're doing is we're trying to be as conservative as we can be. CDC does give the guidelines, and you are correct, we do not have to follow them. We choose to do so. We choose to do so for our own protection of all the groups in healthcare. Just a moment, please. Yeah, there's some work going on next door. We had to stop for a moment.
That's fine. I appreciate your time. I really sincerely do. I want to get to the bottom of it and get to the truth and not just follow something that's not truthful. And so far, you haven't told me anything that proves anything. And when you were social distancing at lunch, I saw several people. I saw you yourself walk over to the lady in the blue while she didn't have her mask on. You had your computer with you in your hands and you walked right over there. You weren't social distancing. And so your N95 mask doesn't protect her. And so you really don't be hypocritical here. Look at the facts and be honest with your own selves. Now, I'd like to have the attorney tell me the legal guidance of what you guys have decided upon to make this irrational, false, hope, feel-good decision.
Well, what I was going to say before the hammering interrupted us, sir, is that of all the people in healthcare, eye care is number 3 for infections. We are the 3rd highest group that gets infected with COVID. And we make these decisions based on our own desires to protect ourselves. Now, did I make a mistake earlier? It's apparently I did. Unfortunately, the attorney who is present with us today is to serve on the board and to answer the board's questions. We actually only allocated a few minutes of time for you to make public comment. What we are going to do is we're going to take your comments into account, and later on we will discuss them and make a decision based on that.
Okay, I would like to know who has oversight over your board in the state of Kansas.
The governor of Kansas.
Okay,
Is there anything else, sir?
I would like a report that shows what factual information that you can show me that substantiates your decision.
Well, we will take all of that into consideration, sir, and then we will get something to you. For now, I'm going to ask that we move on. I wanted to give you some time to present your information, and you've done so. I'd like to thank you for your time, sir.
I thank you as well, sir. I would look forward to that report. I hope you'll take this seriously, and we need to start really following the true science and not be playing politics in your decisions. And so I thank you for your time. I had to wait a long time. I appreciate you cutting me in front of your other agenda items. And I just respectfully thank you and I hope to see a report at some point. And Jan, I believe, has my email, so you should have everything to respond to me.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Okay. So next on the agenda is legal report. Do we want to take a break before that? No, we're going to take a break. 1:58. Let's come back at 2:10. 2:11. We're going to go ahead and start up again, please. We're going to start with a motion to go into executive session. Mr. Resner, how much time would you like?
Do you want to discuss any regulations in closed session? That may impact the amount of time.
I don't believe so. No.
Okay.
If we need to go into another executive session, we can do that.
Okay, I mean, to cover House Bill 2066, I would anticipate 15 to 20 minutes.
I'll go with the 20. Would you prefer 25 for anything else that comes up?
Yeah, that would be just fine.
Let's do that. So it is 2:12. Hello. Let's go into executive session. Why don't we just make it 2:40? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move for us to adjourn to executive session for the purposes of discussing House Bill 2066 to conclude at 2:40.
I'll second the motion.
Motion seconded. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Executive session.
I'll move that the October 4th, 2021 minutes are accepted as they are written.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion to accept the minutes. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay. That's where we left off.
This falls to the person of the day, Dr. Durst.
Oh, that, like I said, that was last year. Article, I thought we finished.
We,
Okay, hang on. Pardon me.
well, I thought we skipped it, the reciprocal part.
2066.
Because not everybody's going to fall under 2066. If you look at the first sentence, it says reciprocal licenses so long as it's not in conflict with HB 2066.
Do we need to make any regs for House Bill 2066, though?
Yes, or we may need to mesh the two because there is a direction in 2066 to promulgate regulations as essentially as needed to put the mechanics of HB 2066 into your administrative process. So if the, I mean, it's in HB 2066, but for an example would be, you know, the threshold questions that have been added to the application, whether someone's a military member, military spouse, or reside in Kansas or intend to reside in Kansas and provide proof thereof.
I'm going to say that that's going to be a gigantic project, 6557.
We skipping it again?
No, we're not going to skip. We're going to do something else. We're going to assign. Now, I'm correct, Dr. Durst, in that you have Article 5.
Yes.
Okay. And I've looked at 2066, and it's quite complicated. I don't think a meeting to discuss trying to merge the two together between all of us is the best use of our time because it's so complicated and it's so new. Tim has a very good grasp of it, of course. My suggestion is that reciprocal licenses be done between now and the next meeting, between Dr. Durst and Mr. Resner. All right, and so then that would move us on to the next section. So I guess, Jen, yes, we are going to delay, but it's still going to be worked on. Does that sound acceptable? Good. Next section, content of prescription. Oh, I'm sorry, that's your part to read it off.
Okay.
That's where we left off after reciprocity.
So we actually finished 6584?
We were on the contents of a prescription. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Oh, yes, yeah, please, because we had skipped that. Let's go to 6581.
So in reviewing the rest of 8.1, my only concerns with tonometry was the addition of if the patient is 25 and older. I thought that was questionable. So I have referred to, in the court of law, I think that if something occurs, our gold standard is ophthalmology. Gerard supplied some information from insurance companies, and then I also went to the National Institute of Health. And what's interesting is when you compare all of our other requirements, we do not tell the practitioner how to do the measurement. So I can read lots of information for you, but I think I would leave number 7 as we require an intraocular pressure measurement, and we do not state how that is done.
I would agree with you completely. The 25-year stipulation comes from the original that I was given when we started all of this. So that predates my time on this board. So I'm glad to see the 25-year stipulation go.
And so instead of just tonometry, I would just change it to intraocular pressure measurement.
I think that's great. I think that's a great
Hang on a minute. Let me
solution.
get caught up here. You're right there, Jan. Right there. Okay. So I'm changing that to,
Do you want it to just say tonometry or measurement of the intraocular pressure?
I would say measurement of the intraocular pressure.
That's going to be the new wording.
Jan, it should be intra, not inter.
well, picky. Is it one word or two?
1. There you go.
And that was our only hanging question mark from that section.
Correct.
So now we can go to 8.4.
Is that where it was?
Right where you were, yep. I think most of this is fairly straightforward. I will admit it's been a long time since I looked at this.
So one thing that I always get questioned on is the expiration date on eyeglasses. Because it's really is not defined and it's at the doctor's discretion, and patients think it should be 2 years and the doctors write it for 1 year. And so that's a conflict that I always get the patient calling me and complaining. Because it used to say if appropriate, and that was not something good to come back with. It's at the doctor's discretion. If you do expiration date, then I have something to say, well, that's what the doctor said, and go for it. Because I think when this was written, it was for contact lenses. And you had that year. Both.
So Dr. Bircher, maybe we should go with the same strategy as with tonometry. And that is just say that it needs to be there.
Leave it as is.
Leave it as is. I'm sorry for taking you off course. Let's go to the top of 684 and finish it up.
I'm sorry, I jumped the gun, sorry.
That's okay. I made you. Dr. Deonda, do you want to change chairs? You're like at the front row at the movie theater.
Well, there's that one over there if you could read it.
Any questions on the glasses portion? I think it's pretty straightforward.
I want to say that 6B is particularly important. No prescription for spectacle lenses shall include instructions to obtain the specifications from existing lenses without examinations. Is the wording there strong enough?
What would you add?
Well, I was going to say something to Dr. Deonda. So, for example, what they're addressing is, I walk into a business and I say, that's a cool frame. Could I get my lenses in them? And the person says, what's your prescription? I don't know. They just read it off of that. That's prohibited because of the margin of error. And what's the other term called?
I think the bigger challenge is that violation is not going to come from an optometrist.
Right.
So, yeah. The only maybe common violation I see of that is I receive prescriptions that say same prism as prescribed, or pull forward prism. That's usually from an MD office.
Duplicate prism and current glasses.
Yes.
Yeah.
I prescribe a lot of prism.
Do you think it's strong enough as it is then?
I mean, I would default to past board members. I have not seen or heard of violations of that. So it doesn't seem like a high priority problem.
We have that more with contact lenses. So I'm just wondering if the two overlap. What we might do is we just keep going, and when we get to contact lenses, see if we
Can reinstate.
need to flip back to this.
So on part C, I added design. I think a lot of our specialty contacts now have proprietorship on information that we can no longer release. So by adding the design of the lens, you are releasing the inherent proprietorship of the curves and nature of the shape of the lens without divulging exact parameters. Are you following me there?
Yeah.
So you're saying Rose K or,
Yes.
yeah, right.
Yes. I mean, some of my lenses have 45 peripheral curves, so I cannot fit that onto a prescription.
Right, right. I like that. That simplifies. You want to take center thickness off?
I did. I think that was a Dr. Becky recommendation, and I think at this stage, just not.
Not everyone specifies it. And a lot of times the laboratories will set that when they manufacture the RGP.
Okay. Dr. Durst, you good with the changes?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're talking RGPs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that looks good.
All right.
All right. For soft lenses, I think we just needed to update terminology for present contact lens wear. So eliminating things like water content.
Right. So I can see getting rid of extended wear. Do we want to get rid of toric as a type?
So I included that in number 4 by just listing the manufacturer and lens design.
I see what you did. Okay.
And I just did that so it would be consistent with what we listed under RGP.
Good.
Really, that just saved Jan from having to renumber everything.
Thank you.
That's good. That's very good. Yeah, I think it's time to get rid of number 8. All right, so Jan, maybe scroll down a little bit. Part E is what we want to look at because this is the one that there we go.
Better?
That's it. So right off the bat, we see conversion of a spectacle lens prescription back in glasses. We can put the opposite. Conversion from a contact lens to a spectacle.
I'm not denying that's possible, but have you ever seen anyone do it?
There's all kinds of technologies coming down the road.
To convert a contact lens prescription to a glasses prescription?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I can understand, yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, someone's going to think of a way to make money doing it, and they'll come up with
I
it.
had a patient come in who is a monovision soft contact lens wearer, and her eyeglasses were the same exact prescription. And I said, aren't you wearing progressives in your glasses? No, I just wanted the same exact prescription.
I have a select few patients in my practice that do that. And maybe 2 or 3 maybe, but yeah.
So what I'm thinking more along the lines of is a phone app. Put in your contact lens prescription and we'll get you your glasses.
Again, I'm not denying it can happen. I'm just, and I'm not against putting it in the law. I'm just, are we making more work for ourselves than we need to is where I'm headed.
Again, I think there's a difference between an optometrist doing that. At some point, a patient has to own responsibility that they have incorrect information and chose to buy glasses with a non-doctor prescription.
Yeah, we can't regulate them. I see. Too bad, right? No, the people who do these things, but patients too. Let's see. would you want to add replacement schedule? Hmm?
I think that one's tricky. Again, do as, sure, I can write it on paper, that doesn't mean you're going to do it. I don't know what it helps or changes, I guess.
Just a suggestion. Does it have any traction with any of the other board members?
I considered modality, whether it's a daily, 2-week.
Okay. So, yeah, it could be considered under modality. All right.
Maybe we add that to manufacturer lens design / modality.
I can see that. A lot of them have it in their name.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Any other comment?
So on G, you want to change flexible to soft? Because you've been doing that throughout.
Back in the old days. Mm-hmm.
Don't ask me how, but
Is there a reason that we don't state expiration date is 1 year? And I'm just curious, when I've been looking at other state boards, they will say a contact lens prescription is valid for 2 years. That's what I thought too.
It's supposed to depend upon the medical appropriateness of the determination. If you had someone with neovascularization, would you want to give them a 1-year or a 2-year prescription? I could see it going either way. I think we might box ourselves in if we start specifying prescription expirations. And as a board, making the determination of what's medically appropriate for the individual probably isn't necessarily appropriate.
No, I'm good with that. I just wasn't sure why we didn't say 1 year, 6 months.
I can't say why the determination was made when they originally wrote these regulations as to why, but that's just my supposition.
Want to leave it as is then? Okay. You want to move on to prescription drugs?
H.
I understand removing the address of the patient from the prescription, but do we want to take the name off as well? Line 3.
Name should be on there.
Get my thing back. Oh, well, we're just gonna Yeah, and I can't get my, okay. Well, tell me how to get my little toolbar back. Well, I kind of moved it out there, maybe? No, that ain't it. Here's my ribbon. No, that didn't get me what I wanted. There's a way to do it, but do I know? No.
I wonder, instead of putting name and address, we put name and date of birth? I feel like we do anyway, but I don't know if I'm required to. Right. So
On our
everything's
e-
electronic now. They don't accept written. anything.
Yeah, I think on our e-prescribe, it goes, what goes through is their name and their date of birth. Mhm. Mhm.
I mean, we're to the point where I have to print a prescription and then physically sign it for some eye ointment, if the patient wants a paper copy.
See where that gets me.
Thank you.
Well, you. Hang on. I got stuff up here. Okay. Thing right there that's in my way.
What's under design?
Oh.
There we go.
Home. Oh, it's under home.
Do it? Yeah, I need to undelete. Okay. Okay. Now that we figured this out.
Artificial intelligence.
And I'm gonna even make it.
And so I did not cross-reference this with, for example, if you call a pharmacy, they want your MPI number or your DEA number, your Kansas state license. I don't know if that's our scope to worry about or not.
I'd say not.
Okay, now I gotta get rid of that. Somehow or another, I got that there.
Any other concerns for that section?
While I'm playing here. I'll deal with that later.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Next up is 9, 10, 11, which is me. I'm going to ask that we start by working on 10, because 9 and 11, I'm having trouble finding with all the folders I've got open. Oh, wait a minute, I sent that to you already, didn't I? Oh, good, so let's just go numerically. I apologize.
I mean,
Yeah, I can't,
it's so long ago, but yeah, I incorporated everybody's changes.
good. All right, let's see. So on this one, I thought it was important to add marketing. And a good example would be what happened, what Dr. Bircher told us.
Oh.
Also, the marketing aspect would apply to the trade name application that we had this morning, the very first one, TOSO.
It probably should say, or in marketing,
Or, sorry?
or in marketing, because it's talking about your practice. It's sounding like marketing is a type of practice, so just to be semantic.
Marketing.
Just add the word in before marketing, perhaps?
You could move it later. I mean, the practice of optometry is defined as including holding out. But it's maybe there, but if you would move it later to shall engage in the practice of optometry, perhaps including use for marketing purposes, something to that effect.
There's another place where you feel it would be better used?
Well, yeah, it could. I mean, it depends on the intent you're going for, but if you would address that after shall engage in the practice of optometry, including use through marketing, advertising, something to that effect. I mean, what about that change? Does that address the intent, or does it change the intent?
Could you do marketing and what?
I like it there better. It's a little broader by moving it to that location. Yeah, yeah. Anything else? We'll go to 6592 application.
Do you want to leave the month specifications of the quarterly board meetings in there just in case they end up getting moved at some point for some purpose?
Because at one time you were meeting in June. You've met in November.
Right. That's why I'm thinking just, yeah.
Do we even want to leave in, at the time, the word quarterly made sense.
The haunting 2066
Exactly. So we'll have to take out the word quarterly. Yeah. That's a nice way to put it. Haunting 2066.
So then it wouldn't matter, that, I can delete the rest of that, right?
So the sentence before that doesn't quite make sense grammatically. Or did we just say on an application?
We'll do board office, that way they know they have to send it in. Otherwise, they might just, whatever. Yep.
I understand getting rid of actively and changing it to personally. You almost want to have both. I'll be active and I will be in person. And
Yeah, yeah, so Jan, please leave in actively and personally.
Okay, except we have the one, we have the one doctor who resides in Colorado but maintains a Kansas license for the purposes of employing Kansas optometrists locally. So he is not actively engaged in the practice of optometry himself in the state of Kansas.
The thing about him is that well, I'm not going to say we, I'm going to say me. I incorrectly believed this person was moving here. Now I know better.
Well, not the one that Becky's talking about.
Not what? Oh, that's right.
This one was approved way before. Different board, even before me board. So it's been over 10 years. Yeah. Okay, before me, executive director or officer.
That's a good one, Tim. How do we address that particular individual? And you know, when we spoke about it earlier, I thought that was a really strange situation.
Yeah, well, I think it's addressed through the next regulation, if I understand the question, because
All right.
there's a 6-month requirement that if you are not practicing under or using the trade name, then it lapses. And so if if the licensee in that situation is not actively practicing here within the 6-month period, then their trade name approval is supposed to become void and lapse, right?
But if he's got people working under that trade name for him,
What was the name of it again?
But it's personal to the applicant. It's as if the applicant fails to actively engage in the practice. I mean, because if I understand the regs, there's a holder of the trade name, right? It's not necessarily everyone in the practice. If it's a multi-practitioner practice, there's a specific holder of the trade name.
Correct.
I think the holder of the trade name holds the trade name, for the want of a better word, in his or her possession, but the other doctors who are working in that practice still have to have approval for that trade name with their licensure. Jan, am I misspeaking that particular situation? Is that doctor, does that doctor hold the trade name?
Yeah, the doctor holds, when I do the trade name approval, I'm only putting the guy that actually applied for it. And then I don't really do anything with who's working underneath him. I never have, but that's something else that Laura and I can discuss as to what we want to do and how we want to show it.
We have other entities that employ optometrists that have a trade name for their practice that the optometrists have to get permission essentially to utilize that name, right?
Yeah, that's under 9-5, but I think it's still personal to the holder. It's a requirement that the holder actively practices. So in that situation, it would be sort of catastrophic because I guess it lapses and then the licensees who are practicing under, I don't know how you would term that, but under 9-5 through the notice mechanism, I mean, the trade name goes away. So then all those other licensees are in, they're in a pickle as well.
I don't think we're going to solve that one this afternoon. I think I want to table that one, and Tim, if you and I can work on it, could you give me the name of the practice one more time?
Yeah.
That one's going to take some homework. Let's go to 6593. Oh, this is going to qualify because there's another actively and personally. Whoop. Don't know what.
Talk about,
Yeah, scroll up real quick. Scroll up, please. Please, please, please. Get that blue section off the screen. Thank you. That was a note to myself.
well, you weren't supposed to put it there and not tell me not to put it in there. That's your fault.
With the names on there.
Yeah. Well, I looked at that and I said, I don't want to bias anybody. Okay, so we're going to have to work on 65, 9, 2, and 3. Can you send it to me, Jan, please? Can't find my particular copy of these. The section, this particular article, I can't find it, but you can do that later. All right, so let's go to transfer. I think addition of the word to, or the phrase to another licensee is important. I mean, it's stating the obvious, but I still believe it should be there. And then instead of secretary treasurer, we put in again board office. Any other comments, questions?
So do we need another form for the transfer? Specifically to transfer the trade name from one doctor to another? I'm just asking.
How have you handled that in the past?
When I get it, it's just the regular one they've sent in with the note. Doesn't happen that often, but. Substance, Don't know.
I can't say I remember one.
Well, I think that's a very good point that Dr. Sparks raised, that in any transfer, you would want the consent of the transferor, I mean, documented.
Oh, I know who, now that I'm thinking about it. Cranton and Cranton in Lawrence. And they don't have the right name. Tinkle bought them out.
Crandon and Crandon,
Thank you.
there you go.
Yeah, that might have been it.
And then do we have any concerns if a practitioner passes away, that then we would not have that practitioner's consent?
But,
That would have to be in the estate. But they only have 1 year to use it anyway.
yeah, but that's down further into number F.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a conflict. One says 1 year, one says 2 years, and then I put in there, a suggestion was to make them both 1 year. So that did happen, Dr. Bircher. There was an OD who passed away in 2020. Jan actually received a request, Dr. Mills. She actually received a request to approve the trade name continued use, and we said, for only 1 year. Then you have to apply again.
But they also have to add the language there at the end of F, that succeeded by, or something to that extent.
Correct.
You can't just carte blanche use it.
Correct. Okay, so let's go back to where we were. A little bit more. Right there. On transferred, going back to what someone said, do we want to have with the consent? Someone mentioned that. Do we want to add that, or is that assumed?
I think you should have written consent from the original holder of the trade name, presuming that they're still able to provide written consent.
Okay. So then it would be probably in the first sentence, approval to use a trade or assumed name should not be transferable to a licensee except with the consent and approval of the board? Consent of the holder of the trade name and approval of the board.
You could add that under B as far as what proof they're required to show.
Oh, okay.
So I guess it would be after shall. You could even include at the very end of the sentence, and provide
Yeah,
signed written consent from the transferor.
Like here.
yeah,
Mhm.
perfect.
Type.
And then I suppose if you're evaluating whether the written consent is valid, then that's
That's part of
a
it.
other ballgame.
That's part of it. Good call, Becky.
Written consent of the previous owner.
Previous trade name.
You can say transferor,
Hmm.
transfer OR.
Transfer.
Not to use a legal term, but that would, I think, be, yeah, that's right.
Perfect.
You didn't turn it red anyway, so I guess that's how you spell it.
Okay, let's go to if there's nothing else, we'll go to 6595. All right. Before we start, it's been 90 minutes. Yeah, it's been an hour and a half since we had a break. 3:33. Do you want to come back? Why don't we come back at 3:43? We'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll finish up. 5:43, we're back in session.
I was gonna say, mine says I'm Sharon. No, we're a good group to learn on.
All right, 6595. Main thing with this is that there's a difference in how many years a name can be used. Here, this one is 5 years. My suggestion is 1 year, or actually, my suggestion is 1 year, yeah. Because there's another section that has a similar phrase, and it's 2 years.
This isn't referring to the trade name, though, is it? This is referring to the doctor itself.
The doctor whose name should no longer be on the practice. So I think this one is, it says departure, so I think we could take that to be left the practice, moved. It's kind of vague. If everybody's read that, we'll go down to F to compare it. So then when you get to F, it says no trade name or assumed name may be used which contains the name of an inactive, retired, removed, or deceased licensee, except for a period of no more than 1 year.
I think C only requires the holder of the trade name to maintain a list of those who have practiced under the trade name. They're not necessarily part of the trade name, we have 5 ODs in our office, and these are the 5 who have practiced for 5 years. That's the way I read it. I'm not sure if there's a different effect there.
I think 5 years is a long time. I mean,
When I read that, my first thought was 5 years correlates to how long you have to keep those patients' charts. So if you're
Now I understand.
the name in 2 years.
Now I understand the reasoning.
Those charts.
Okay, so that must have been the reasoning back then.
That's a very good point.
Yes, in which case it makes sense. So then what I would suggest is that the section in blue under C be removed, and we leave it as is, if everyone agrees with that. Okay, please, Jan. So now let's look at F.
Was there not a time stipulation prior to our review of this document for F?
I think it had always been 1 year, and I highlighted it in blue.
Okay, so it was just
because of the
you're
file.
highlighting it. Oh, okay.
Just because of the highlight further up.
So I highlighted it. 'Cause I think it's the way it's always been.
If you'll scroll down a little bit, Jan, I think those 2 little bonus things are now moot with 2066.
Okay.
Yeah, they're moot. It's not a bonus anymore, sorry. Anything else on trade names?
I'm just wondering if we need to put something in here about the organization as we discussed, the PLLC or a PA? Does that need to be in the regulations?
That's a great point.
Yeah, it's in statute. I mean, there could be something. It depends if more guidance is needed, you know, on the particulars of a professional corporation or LLC.
Since the two of you are working on that, would you be willing to share those ideas with me, and then I can make the suggestion and we can present it in April? Because I think you have to sort of come to a consensus first and then include me. Not for the purposes of what you're working on, but for the purposes of the rules and regs.
Yeah. There's probably a lot there, but I mean, off the top of my head, what I can think of would be, you know, somehow tying the trade name to a lawfully organized professional corporation or LLC.
Right, something simple like that.
Because it is in the law, but it's obviously been missed.
Yeah, it's being missed, correct. Correct, so it just may be one sentence. So Jan, if you'll please put that we're going to revisit 65-9, what was that? $65.95. Moving on, section 10, when Jan's ready. Maintaining an office. So the section that's in red, there's a couple of other regulations that may conflict, and I listed them there, 64.4.4, 65.4.1M. I get the feeling that, Tim, you and I talked about this at some point, and you felt that they did not apply.
I think I need to look at those two regs again because I don't recall.
Jan, why don't we add that to the table list? I think I found a way to get through my section quickly. 65.10.2. 65.10.2, please. This is an interesting regulation. I worked on this a lot. The only thing that I could come up with was under A, removing the phrase or and instead adding purchase arrangement, not just a debt arrangement, but a purchase arrangement. My goal is to close a loophole. Because you can have ownership transfer without a debt arrangement.
This might be a situation to add an and/or, because don't we see with some transactions a purchase and then some kind of a lease back plus a contract for operation being put in place?
So it'd be lease arrangement, debt, and/or purchase? Is that where you would put and/or? Or would you put it before that?
Maybe before, is debt supposed to be tied to purchase?
Originally, it was debt arrangement.
Debt arrangement. That's the current regulation?
Yes, what's in red and what's in blue. What's in blue is what I put in. What's in red is what would be removed from the previous.
You could,
If you wanted to simplify it, you could remove the arrangements, the words arrangement from behind rental and lease, and then do rental, comma, lease, comma, debt, comma, and/or purchase arrangement.
mhm. Or you could, I like that idea. You could do debt, comma, or purchase arrangement, comma, or any combination of the foregoing.
Yeah.
Something to that effect.
Combination.
That goes after arrangement.
Oh, that's right, arrangement, combination.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The or any other goes after arrangement. So it would be debt or purchase arrangement, comma, or any other, or any combination of the foregoing, no other.
Fine there. Where did the other one go?
Or any.
That's where. Sorry.
Rental, lease, debt.
Or any combination of the foregoing, comma. The intent is that you're not supposed to bear any expenses by means of one of those transactions or any combination of them.
That's it. That is really good. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for something very inclusive. That's really good. 6510.3, licensee ownership of a franchised business of optical dispensing. Well, equivalent is the original phrase, took that out and made it more general by using other relationship. Salud. Same intent that what we did in the previous section, broaden the definition so that groups couldn't find a way to get around it. And as you can see, I took out equivalent both times and added the word other, but just like in the previous paragraph, if there's something even more inclusive that you can think of, I'm open.
Yeah, it seems like the limitation there, isn't it, the word franchise?
Pardon?
Is the limitation that you're worried about franchise? Because if it's not a franchise relationship, then, and it's some other type of relationship, the concern is whether the regulation applies, right?
I'm stuck on franchise. I didn't get that as far as you just said. Yeah, I'm thinking you're right. I'm thinking that,
Yeah, but then, of course, if you remove franchise, it takes some of the definition out of the regulation.
in a franchise or equivalent.
I mean, you could simply,
Or is the original wording sufficient, equivalent? I'm looking for a broader definition.
or business.
Business relationship.
Maybe simplifying it to say obtains any beneficial interest in a franchise. Yeah. I was going to say or business engaged in the marketing of ophthalmic goods, but I think that goes too far. Because you're more worried about third-party arrangements, not.
Correct.
I mean, that could have the effect of. Right. Yeah, that's not what we want to do. You could say, or unlicensed person. Beneficial interest in a franchise or unlicensed person.
Entity.
Yeah, technically a person could be a corporation. Yeah, I mean, legally, if you want to refer to a natural person, you would say individual. A person can mean a, it's crazy, I know. I'm sorry,
Well-
everybody.
Well, here's this. What if we just take out franchise and just put an entity? Just make it all inclusive. Now, this is going to sound weird, but bear with me. If a licensee obtains any beneficial interest in a relationship with an entity to engage in the business of marketing ophthalmic goods.
Mm-hmm. We might then think about, and it's there in other locations, but an exception for other than through a lawfully functioning professional corporation or LLC.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because that accomplishes both things. It makes it broad and it keeps the current system in place. Okay, Jan. Put your seatbelt on. If a licensee obtains any beneficial interest in a, and then franchise, scratch out Scratch out or. In a, then it's going to scratch out other. It's going to be relationship with an entity. Are you seeing anyone? Yeah, I'm going out with an entity.
I think you're going to want to delete relationship and just say any beneficial interest in an entity, right?
Relationship to?
Obtains any beneficial interest in an entity engaged in the business of marketing, et cetera.
That's even better. So scratch out relationship and take with out. Ooh. With an entity to engage in the business of marketing.
Delete two and then put a D at the end of engage.
Where we? Okay. Okay.
And then go to the very end where it says provides optometric services before the period. Go to the end of the word services. We're going to insert, no, you can leave that there. It's going to be, what was the phrase, except in those?
Yeah, yeah, it's actually, if you go up to 65 4-5.
You can do a cut and paste, Jan, if you do that.
65 4-5 B as in boy. That has the language, yeah, other than those which occur as part of a practice authorized by the Kansas Professional Corporation Act. That's probably the language we want to start with and maybe modify.
Which one?
4-5.
I'm thinking that's in, this one started with.
Yeah, that's in a
where we were at, so
different document.
Yeah. I'm just going to put that note here and come back to it, if that's okay with everybody.
Say that again, please.
I'm just going to put a note to come back to it, because I have to.
Perfect.
The document to cut and paste.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know where I'm going.
And two, Jan, not to make this more, but I think you'd want to put it further up in the body to say an entity engaged in the business of marketing ophthalmic goods or contact lenses other than.
Oh, so you want to put it
Professional
between lenses and all?
Yeah.
Okay. Not at the end, Jan, but at.
So after.
Go up one more, two more right there. Go up now. Exactly. Between the word all and lenses is where we want it. Between contact lenses and all. Right there.
where B, where it goes into other than those which are authorized by the Kansas Professional Corporation Act, is that what I'm pulling out?
Yes, yes, that's it.
Okay. Your section B1. I added totally and completely. At the end of that, Jan, take out the 65-45 on that, right there. Yeah. Totally and completely. So the goal there is that before it said physically separated, being physically separated was the only thing there previously. The idea behind adding totally and completely is to make sure that all aspects are apart, physically apart, financially apart, etc. We could add being physically separated totally and completely in all aspects. Or is that overkill?
Yeah, I mean, is the intent is to preserve the side-by-side relationship where in the exterior you can enter a practice, and then you go outside and you can enter the optical.
So it's not just that there's a separate entrance, there's a separate staff, there's a separate facility.
This came up in the hearing because.
Which we can't
total
which
and opaque wall.
we can't talk about.
Yeah.
But the intent is 2 entrances, different staff.
Well, I think
Different
line
phone
one
number.
gives you the physical separation. The second section gives you the functional separation.
Okay. Oh, okay. So by having total and complete in 1 and 2, it accomplishes that, is what you're saying.
I think you're addressing two separate issues, but you're addressing them on two separate lines instead of trying to put it all into one line.
Okay. So then if we go to 2, then we come back to the franchise operation and we're going to have the relationship with the entity again. So instead of franchise of the functioning of the, oof,
Delete that and put entity.
no, not there, it's going to go in the next one, but the total and complete functioning of the, is it going to be possessive? Is it going to be independent functioning of the entity's business of optical dispensing?
You could just say of the entity identified in section A, and
Even easier.
Entity in subsection A.
identified in A, and then just put it in parentheses. And then delete business of optical dispensing.
So what about the any?
Leave the and, but delete business of optical dispensing.
That's what I wanted. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
The more eyes, the better. All right, that's what I was looking for. Thank you. Let's go into advertising. Did I not give you anything, Jan? Oh, very, very little. Let's go back to the first one. Take a look, make sure if there's anything there. I don't have anything to add. Does anyone else? All right, Jan, let's scroll down.
So there's where I can also pull the Kansas Professional Corporation Act thing.
Sorry?
I said, that paragraph has the, where I could pull from the
Yes,
Kansas Professional.
correct. Associated advertising, there was a, yep, I put in the word entity. Actually, we can just take out the word corporation. Hold on a second. Person, firm, or entity, is that going to be sufficiently broad?
Yeah, well, to get really technical, the term person is actually defined in the definitional regulation. 64 or 65-4-1 S. Person means an individual, association, partnership, corporation, or other entity.
So then we don't have to include entity.
Yeah, so I mean, it gets a little bit, and that's fine. I mean, but it gets a little bit redundant. You could simply just say of any other person.
That's defined in, do we need to go back to that reg or?
I mean, the definitions of defined terms used throughout all of the regulations.
But we do leave in firm or corporation.
I mean, you can, it's not necessary, but it's probably something to leave in place.
Yeah, I agree to leave in place. So that means there's no changes. Take out the blue in both locations. And then both ors stay in. And at this point, I would like to say we did it.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me do, since I found it again, go back up to. Nothing lets me.
That's incredible.
Is that where that needs to go?
Then the next question is, I think we should go ahead and give Jan the opportunity to clean up what we've got so far, even though there's a couple of sections that I need to work on with Dr. Durst and with Tim, just so that everybody has a chance to look at them, knowing that there's a couple that are unfinished.
And it's clean, except for the markouts and ads.
Yeah.
All the blues and the reds.
Yeah, and then in April, we can add in those 2 sections that were skipped over. And that would be the completion of round 1. And with the completion, if we agree on everything, then we could turn it over for public comment. Not yet? What's the next step?
Next step would be to send it to the Division of Budget. I think? Unless it doesn't go to budget.
Yeah, does it go to them before the AG's office? Yeah, okay.
When does public comment come in?
Very end.
Sorry?
The very end.
Very end, okay.
It's got to go get through the Division of Budget, the AG's office, the joint committee. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, they don't have the ability to do anything, but it still needs to be presented to them.
And it's got to be published in the state register, the notice, and it's not a short process.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the first step. We're looking at a multi-meeting event,
And anywhere along the way, if it gets rejected, then you start all over.
right? Will they tell us why they rejected it? Good,
We'll send it back.
good, good. So then we know what to work on. All right, so we'll plan on talking about the last sections that need to be modified, and they're not going to be modified strictly by Dr. Durst, Mr. Resner, and I. We're going to come up with some language, and then we're going to present it to the board. And then once that's done, then it can have the final cleanup and be sent on to the next step. Any comments, questions? Congratulations. That was quite big. So now, is there a comment from the public? Overall.
So two questions, I guess, on public comment for the regulations. So that's not till the very end after it's gone through the AG and everybody? Okay. So, okay, that helps me, because there are probably a couple areas that we might want to provide some clarification. One thing today I noticed on the contact lens question regarding the prescription length, that's actually in statute, so I think we don't need to have it in rules and regs. Because I think it says 12 months unless there's a medical reason, and it's in the contact lens rule, which you reminded me of. It's separate from our optometry statute. So the other thing that we might encourage you to include on there is also not only the expiration date, but the quantity. Because one of the things that we hear from folks is that various entities that the week before that it expires, they're trying to fill that quantity. And technically it's not an expired prescription, but the quantity, and like in a pharmaceutical prescription, there's a limit of how many times it can be refilled. So I might encourage that consideration to make sure that that's clear for the patient, and also provides the doctors, when they are determining that it is expired, that they can say, well, we're only limited to a certain amount.
Let me interrupt you for a moment. Dr. Bircher, would you consider adding some of that wording and then let us know in April? Thank you.
A couple other things just came up today that I just wanted to visit with. One of the things you mentioned was the jurisprudence course. I think that we talked a little bit about that as our association, that may be a good idea because of the issues we're seeing with folks not complying with the law. One thing that we'll probably try to do, the last couple of years, we've offered our legal counsel to do a kind of a law review for students as they're coming out of school. Maybe we should be doing it 2 or 3 years, or their second or third year of optometry school, so that as they're entering those contracts and before they're actually getting into the practice, that they're actually aware of some of those things ahead of time too. So that may be something we want to provide some additional information, so that by the time they have gotten to the state board exam, it may be too late and they're already in some of those contracts that have come up. So that may be something that we can do. So I appreciate that. One other thing related to the rules and regs, you have to have your license displayed at every location. It may be worth some consideration looking at language to figure out those folks that are doing mobile eye care, what that looks like if they have to take a copy with them, or, because this has an original copy, but if they're doing mobile eye care and that's something that is looking like that could be the possibility, but just having that addressed in there so it's very clear so that they know what to do.
Hold on just a minute. What article was that under?
Oh gosh, it was under the license or the location
Maintaining
requirements.
office, I
Yeah.
think.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Maintaining an office.
Oh geez, that's me.
That's a good question. Yeah.
So when I hear that question, what I hear is someone who's doing hospital-based or nursing home.
That's was my thinking as well. And I just wanted, I know that's becoming more of something that's happening. So maybe to provide probably save Dan some questions so that it's clear on the front end.
Now, excuse me, are you suggesting something in rules and regs?
I would think so, just to clarify.
That's Article 10, that's me, so I'll handle that.
Yeah, it's the last sentence in the first paragraph.
Let's see.
And then a couple other things that just popped up today. The EpiPen issue, one of the comments was made about it, that school nurses can do that. I know that there's actually legislation right now on a school vision screening bill that we're working on that actually adds the ability for school nurses to keep a supply of those. So they're trying to put that in place, but it's not there yet. So just to clarify that. But it is prohibited in your statute. So I think while I'm supportive of the idea behind it, I don't know whether the board can do that without a change to the statute. So just to be aware of that. The final thing that I may encourage you all to do, I know we have a program where we provide impaired provider services to folks. I would encourage you all to maybe consider in one of your newsletters, encouraging information about that goes out as well. We're going to do the same thing to make sure. We actually had a conversation about our program at our board meeting recently, and several board members weren't aware that there was a program in place. So it's probably a good idea to probably hit them from both sides to let them know that Kansas, theoretically, based on statistics nationally, we should have 10 or so people that are in the impaired provider program because of whatever, and thankfully we don't. But I'm hoping it's not because people don't know about that it's available. So anything you can do to help promote that as well, I think would be good, so that people could get the help they need if they're needing it. So, and we'll do the same thing, but just wanted to share that. And that is all I have. Is there any questions you have of the association? All right, thank you very much.
That's all you have after staying here all day with us?
Yeah, probably more will come to me later, but those are things that I just jotted down as I was sitting in, so thank you.
Thank you. Next item, date, excuse me?
Share my screen real quick as soon as I find it again. Oh, there it is. Here is the flow chart on updating.
Oh, yes, the infamous flow chart.
Yep. Oh, we're not seeing it yet. Oh, why not? I'm sharing my screen. But it should be. Oh, that's it. I need to, yeah, share. Well, it's on my screen, so you guys should be able to see it. Adobe. Find it again. It's in Adobe. Okay. Stop sharing. Share.
Are you Dennis?
Okay, so if I have a PDF to share, how come I'm not seeing it? Maybe if I close the other ones? No. I wanted this thing. There.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you're still sitting here, but that's the,
Let's see.
yeah, but anywhere where it gets returned, then it starts all over. And it's got the hearing and anywhere.
So it looks like it happens in 15 days, right? Yeah, just. All right. Next subject, date of the next meeting. I have in my calendar that it's Monday, April 11th at 1.
I thought it was April 14th.
Location to be announced.
Yeah, I have not reserved the room yet because I'm waiting to see the schedule for the legislature.
When is the week of the turnaround?
It's several weeks. Well, the April break is, I would guess the April break is there, right? Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking about that last night. We should always have the April meeting during the turnaround so that we get a room.
On their spring break.
Do we want to meet at 1 or do we anticipate another onslaught and meet earlier? Because by then, Dr. Durst, will you be giving your presentation on trade names in April? Okay.
From now, who knows? When is it?
All right, so we'll have a room on the 11th. Okay. So the meeting might move a week later or sooner based on room availability. But do we want to go ahead and just say April 11th right now? Okay. Do we want to say 1 o'clock?
As far as rules and regs, we just need these few isolated items just finished up.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Which really shouldn't take more than an hour,
That is our plan.
perhaps. Okay.
All right, next meeting, April 11th at 1 o'clock. Room to be announced. Is there anything else from any other board member? Is there a motion to adjourn? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. And we are adjourned. About 27 minutes minimum sooner than I thought we would be.